is a D6 generation pip. One of those dots on the side of a six-sided die. Yeah, a pip. A short pip. Little something. About anything gaming related. Sometimes featuring Craig, sometimes featuring Russ. We'll see what's coming up today. Hey, welcome back, and it's time now for another session of Dungeons & Dragons. Doc, I love your Star Wars Yoda hat. That is fantastic. Very festive.
Christmas to the merry you too.
Yeah, excellent. And it is well played because today we're resuming in the middle of combat. We had a couple of weeks off here just due to some scheduling stuff. So everything may not be fresh in everyone's head. Now, if you do remember, the one thing I'll summarize was that last time it was unanimously voted on a new methodology to determine who had to do the summary. And that methodology, which was proposed by Seppi, and I believe it was unanimously passed, was that the person who took the most damage last session had to summarize. And I believe that would be Euphemia. You took. Now, also, Seppi also did require that, Rafe, you have to sing Puff the Ashen Zombie Lives in Thunder Tree.
Puff the Ashen Zombie
Dragon lives in Thunder Tree.
Yes.
Down by Russ's knee.
Excellent. So, Rafe, what happened last time? It's been a couple weeks. Give us a summary.
This is what I remember. And I nominate Ullrick to be my historical assistant to this. All I really remember is there was a bunch of horses that we were worried about. And I can't remember if this was the session before or not, but
that was the least of our worries.
But
what? No, we were worrying about those. That was a real concern of ours.
One of us was very worried. The rest of us were not.
Yeah. So I hear we're in agreement. Thank you, Ullrick.
Pyric and Cowlick. Cowlick cast a sleep spell to try to stop all the horses from running away and the ponies. And Pyric assisted in that. And we're somewhere. We're up at Thunder Tree. Something about a druid. I don't know why we're at Thunder Tree. Ullrick, why are we at Thunder Tree?
I feel like I have to tell Euphemia this every time.
You do.
We're at Thunder Tree to meet with Radolf the druid.
I knew there was a druid.
Because Radolf knows how to get to Cragmire Castle and possibly knows how to get to the Wave Echo mine, according to your aunt, which is why it's ironic that you can't remember.
I was away with the Red Brands during that. And why is it Cragmire Castle? Cragmaw?
Cragmar, I believe.
Why is that important?
KW, Cragmaw. A crag like a thing in a mountain, maw like a giant mouth.
And why is that?
Apparently, when people are kidnapped in this area where there are tons of problems,
which may or may not be related to bugbears. We're not really entirely sure.
Definitely those that are kidnapped are always taken to Cragmaw Castle. So we've been told.
It seems to be an incident.
Pyric, I will definitely
especially dwarven prisoners. And so we're trying to find Rockseeker. And we're trying to find Adric, not Ullrick, but
Adric. Yes. Oh, so we think Adric, our long-lost dwarven friend Pyric, could be there.
Correct.
All right.
And Hallwinter.
And Hallwinter, but not the butcher?
Nobody has mentioned the butcher, so I don't know.
Butcher. All right.
Apparently nobody cares about it.
Maybe.
I do remember this.
There's definitely a dwarven bias.
Yes.
People still like the dwarves.
Is disguised as a bugbear. I do recall that. He is still disguised. And then I'm going to give Pyric the last word, but I also recall we encountered some giant spiders and some giant stick-like creatures that could throw their needles and sticks at us. And we're at this manor. There's an inn, and there's a couple broken down manor houses, and we don't really know what's been going on. And we thought we cleared out some of the spiders and I don't know if we've ever fought a spider. They're just dead. And then there's some stick figures, and they kind of jumped us. And then Pyric wants to add something.
Oh, I've been thinking about our friend Cowlick, and I'm trying to create a bridge between him and the Bugbear people. And help me if this might work for you, Cowlick. Bugbears are just friends we haven't stabbed yet.
That's the wisest thing you've said all day, Pierre.
Okay, then I'll keep on working on it. I know it's
Doesn't
kind of
mean they
different.
don't need to be stabbed, though.
Well, baby steps.
Pretty sure they need to be stabbed or thumped.
So good.
So the
summary.
other thing too,
Go ahead.
Euphemia disappeared just like last session. Oh, there she is. The other thing that we've discovered is that there are druidic markings here, which indicates that more than likely Radolf is around.
Oh, interesting.
Also,
And then it also appears the spiders were probably killed by a large beast, which could be a druid in animal form.
Okay.
Also, what I like about Rafe giving the summary is I feel like we all take damage every time he doesn't remember something critical. So we're just sharing the pain.
Right.
Yes. So excellent summary. A couple of things during the last session. I believe Pyric had a really good memory of sort of the history of Thunder Tree, and sort of remembered that it was some time ago there was a volcanic eruption that sort of rained down ash and pretty much wiped out most of the citizens. Yeah. And some of the zombies you've been fighting seem to be these sort of ashen zombies that when they're sort of hit too hard, sort of puff out this sort of cloud of ash. And if you breathe it in, bad things happen. And we're in the middle of combat right now. And you've been fighting some of these ash zombies along with some of these what look to be like blighted plants of some kind. Some of them can throw the needles. Some of them are a little better in the hand-to-hand combat. You face some of them on the way to Thunder Tree, but more seem to be here. Thrall's been kind of sensing there's some corruption in the natural order of things in the area as well. But one of the problems with these zombies you've been fighting, and there was quite a few of them here, and you can see on the map here in this building just to the north of where most of you are, several of them did in fact breathe on you. And so the characters with a little broken heart icon on them, that would be Karluk, and also I believe Thrall has it going on right now.
Ullrick.
Nope, not Thrall.
Oh, so Ullrick, sorry. Ullrick.
Good looking dwarf.
You guys are fighting with disadvantage on all your attack rolls until you make a Constitution save. So that's also a thing. Also, the two zombies just north of Ullrick there are just been hit by a thunder wave, right? So Thrall just cast Thunder Wave, which is a sort of a clap of thunder. It really wiped out quite a few zombies, damaged quite a few of them, blew some of them back. And one of the things, and this wasn't in the last episode of DM Academy, Rafe, but I thought I'd share it here. As a dungeon master, one of the things I like to see in combat are complications. You look for things that sort of add a little flavor to the combat. Now, one of the complications you guys have been dealing with is, well, livestock management seems to be an issue for your party. And indeed, some of the horses were fleeing, but one of the most creative uses of sleep spells I've ever seen was used to keep your horses from getting away, knocked a couple of those out. And Pyric has been slowly waking them up and bringing them over to a nearby tree. And so in the upper left-hand corner there, you can see one of the trees that has several of the horses tied to it. So Pyric's been successfully corralling the horses while the rest of you do battle. But the other thing that's fun about complications is loud noises can also be a complication. And what's neat about Thunder Wave is it has a very specific description in it. It's a very powerful spell, very useful spell. It's going to be a go-to spell for most of your players, unless as a dungeon master, you remember this last little sentence, a very small sentence at the very end of the Thunder Wave spell, which says when Thunder Wave is cast, it can be heard up to 300 feet away. Now, if you're ever curious about how far away 300 feet is, it's pretty cool because in tabletop, so back in the old days when we used to play Dungeons and Dragons and people used to use grease pencils to write on sort of this plastic surface to mark where things were, right? It was very hard for dungeon masters to figure out like how far away was really 300 feet. So you didn't really worry about it too much. But today with virtual tabletops, you can really see exactly how many monsters in how many rooms or areas away might have heard that noise. So for example, as you can see here on the screen, if John were to zoom out a little bit on the shared screen here, you can see if you were to take the range finding tool, for example, here, and you were to stretch it out, you can see that 300, well, let's just say 300 feet is actually larger really than the entire map.
And the map, the whole map.
I was just letting Radolf know we're here.
So not saying that's going to cause any complications. I'm just saying just also for you guys to know, like your ears are ringing right now. Like this was a very, very loud event. So safety tip for those players out there with Thunderwave. It's a very powerful spell, but it has some costs. So that just happened. We are at the top of a new round.
How can I use it all the time? So it's
it's great. It's a great spell. You should use it all the time. And by the way, in case you're curious, that little gray square that's drawn on the screen there, that was where Thunderwave was cast a minute ago.
It's the best way to. It's also called summon experience point.
Yes, exactly. Summon experience.
I think it's called summon monsters level 2.
Exactly.
The gray area was the an entanglement area, wasn't it?
That is, yes.
Yes, yeah, that was entanglement also. Yeah. So yeah, there's also some entanglement going on there too, because the grass and the weeds and the roots are all coming up there. So all kinds of druid goodness is happening up there. So great. So we're at the top of a new round, and looking at our initiative tracker here, it is Euphemia with initiative step 23. Nice, Euphemia. Now also keep in mind, we do have a couple of our luck cards still out there. So if you look at the bottom of the screen there, you can see some players have some good luck and bad luck things going on. So we'll be keeping an eye on those as time progresses. So Euphemia, what would you like to do given the current situation?
I also would like to add just 2 more things to the recap.
Yeah.
Russ also said, as he's reminding us about the Thunderwave spell, that the, quote, gloves are off, end quote.
Oh, yeah, the training wheels are off. Yes.
The training wheels are off, which
the training wheels are off. Yep.
Anybody listening, there could be what's known as TPK, total party kill. So we're playing with real live bullets now.
Well, sometimes you want to wrap these things up by Christmas. It's just a thing. Yeah.
Also, Russ gives out a point of inspiration to the person who does the recap. So who, John or Pyric, do you guys have a point of inspiration? Because I have one.
I don't think I do.
Then
I often use it for
I'm giving it to Pyric for helping.
Yeah, I have inspiration. So
okay.
I like
Pyric's used up about a half a dozen points of inspiration corralling horses.
Okay.
That might be true. And the thing that I really want to add to the recap is I went on a dissertation about how the agrarian peasantry is the real heroes in the adventuring world. And I'm really kind of hurt that you guys did not remember that.
That is true. That was on there.
That did escape my mind. Okay, on to slaying monsters. Russ, I can't see.
Can you remove Euphemia's nameplate? Because
that's just what I was going to ask.
Oh, nice. Okay, sure.
I'll see the monsters underneath it.
We will hide your nameplate.
Thank you. Because I can't see.
All right. There we go. There's 2 blights.
Yeah, two more of those little bush creatures that jumped out behind you guys. They're hard because when you look around, they kind of look like normal trees until they start moving. So it's really hard to spot those things.
And a withdraw action is that what it's called? Withdraw. If I want to move
disengage.
I want to disengage and stand here. And that does not provoke any attacks of opportunity, correct?
If you spend an action or a bonus action in your case to disengage, that's correct.
And can I do disengage, Joe, as a rogue?
You
can dash.
Yes, that's one of your bonus actions.
All right,
it's one of your things.
Okay.
Cunning move.
So disengage, and then I'm going to pew pew with my bow.
Who are you pew pewing? Which one?
This guy.
You're paying. Excellent. Okay.
Ray, if you don't get your sneak attack bonus if no one's engaged with them. So if you choose to shoot them, which is fine, you won't get your extra sneak attack damage.
I think I do because he's within 5 feet. It's within 5 feet.
No, he's not within 5 feet.
He's not within 5 feet.
Oh, because he's outside the 1 square?
Literally, you have to have an ally adjacent to them. That's within 5 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So within 5 feet.
So what Joe is trying to get you.
Joe is begging you to shoot the one on him.
If you were to shoot the bloody zombie next to Ullrick, you would get your.
Well, I thought I was allowed with the 5 feet, so I hear what you're saying. All right, so the within 5 feet rule really means adjacent, is what I'm hearing.
Yes,
correct.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to shoot the bloodied one.
The bloodied ash zombie. So just to your sort of north, there is a bloody ash zombie. And again, in 5e, bloody just means they're below 50%. He's not really bloody because he's a zombie. Oh, that's 20. Oh,
Critical!
Let me go to the critical hit deck here.
I think you're gonna need another zombie.
Player critical hit deck. Let's go right to this thing. Drawing a card for you here, Rafe. Here you go. Is this a bow? It is. The good news is the projectile travels twice its usual range, which is pretty crappy in this case because he's close. So bad luck on your critical draw, but go ahead and roll. I'll give you max damage, Rafe. How's that?
So is it automatically? Forget the card. Is a crit automatic max damage?
No,
or
in
roll
5e,
twice?
normally there's no cards. Normally what you would do is simply roll an extra die.
Okay.
No, you double all your dice.
You double all your
dice. You
all
roll
your dice, right.
6 plus your ability.
Yeah, so just double it, which is
I
basically
forgot that it doesn't do the damage.
Yeah. So just roll the if you click in the chat, it will.
I know.
Right. All right, go for it.
So it's 18 here.
So double it.
And
And then add your stats.
what did I get? Because I lost the window.
So you have 7.
7. Okay. So I double it. Oh no, I double my stats are +3, so that's 10.
Yep.
And doubled is 20.
All right. So that zombie just gets you just sit it right sort of in its neck and it snaps its spinal cord, its head falls off and it just disintegrates to nothingness.
Love it.
All right. So you got rid of that one. All right, nice shot there, Euphemia. Pyric, you are up next.
Oh, I need John's help with a little bookkeeping. I remember that I'm not immune to the pain of others, just the pain of dwarves. And I remember after Euphemia called out, I took a break from the very critical horse duty to rain snowballs on a section of the combat area, the battleground. That is true, right?
I think that did happen, yes.
Okay, so my bookkeeping on number of spells is, I'm going to make sure I update that. I did at least one spell.
Yeah.
I can see that there are 3 enemies. These 2 creatures to the south of Ullrick, they're little stickmen, right?
Yes, those are the little bush creatures, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think they are all these big tough guys that can handle it, and men sometimes just need things to do. So I'm going to leave them alone and tend to the horses.
All right. What would you like to do here? You got the draft horse that's passed out along with Ullrick's pony that is passed out right next to you there.
Well, I'm not feeling too lucky. Let's start with the pony and then we'll leave the draft horse for the end.
So you're going to try to gently wake up the pony and get him to follow you over to the tree?
Yeah.
That's the plan. Why don't you make a little animal handling check there?
Well, that sounds good.
And see how you can pull this little trick off here?
Oh, you betcha.
How hard can it be?
Yeah, I've never had any problems at all, ever with stuff. Hey, see, it's the positive attitude. Feel the power of the Nord.
Oh, I didn't see your dice.
I didn't either.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it roll either.
Did you roll?
Yeah, I did. I rolled a 19.
Oh, cool. It didn't show up on the screen or the chat. That's weird.
Right.
I'll believe you. All right, so nice. So there you go. Now it just showed up. It was delayed. And it's a 19. Look at that. Woohoo!
Woo!
Right. With a
Don't take my word for it. I'm crazy.
Yeah, there you go. So you do with a roll like that, no problem. You wake up the pony and easily with your remaining movement, given he's just so amicable, he just really likes you. He remembers the time you fed him an apple. You petted him nicely. He's noticed that his usual rider has deference towards you. So you easily get the pony back to the bush.
Okay, so that leaves me there and puts the pony on the tree. If you could please move the pony there, sir.
I have moved the pony. He's over there by the tree.
That's awesome. Is there just the big draft horse left?
There's just a big draft horse left. Correct.
Oh, I am a success as a being now.
You are. Your horse wrangling skills are improving. You're a regular cowpoke there.
Thank you.
All right, Ullrick, what are you gonna do?
When do I make my save for the black lung?
At the end of your turn.
End of my turn.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're stuck with it at least for one more action.
Of the lesser of 2 evil. I'm sorry. Of 2 ills, choose the least. The zombie's unwounded, right? This particular zombie's unwounded.
He's not bloodied, but he's actually he is bloodied. I'm sorry, I didn't mark him. He is actually looking pretty bad, actually.
That's difficult terrain for you too.
It is, yeah. your brother doesn't leave any paths for you.
Number one, it's difficult terrain for anybody, but if I had a choice, it would definitely be difficult terrain for you.
Actually, given the past, you've actually had really bad experiences with his entanglements.
Yeah, exactly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm going to.
Oh, you're smarter than you look, brother.
I'm always smarter than other dwarves around me. And then I'm going to hold my action to attack this guy as soon as the ugly dwarf steps in here.
All right.
And
I so much just want to throw a magic stone now and leave you standing.
And so I'm holding my action. Can I make my Constitution save there?
You may. Go ahead and roll your con save there.
All right, let's see if I can. How strong I am.
Hey,
I got a 13.
you did it. You cleared it. All right, so you got rid of that. You still got 2 other icons on you, by the way. I believe you have a bardic inspiration and something else.
Protection from evil.
Protection from evil. Yeah, you're rocking it. All right. Nicely done, Ullrick. Okay. So let me just do some things here because I'm not saying.
No, I have to say that's some expert 5e you just did. You managed to set yourself up, get yourself an attack, and get rid of the thing that was giving you disadvantage. I think John might be right. You are smarter than you look.
Aye, it's the hat, is what you can see. Wear the helmet, you'll be fine. And I brought me trusty hammer in case we have to thump something.
Now I'm going to take it all back.
I like the hammer.
All right.
Math is going on.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. It's a zombie's turn. All right, this zombie up here, the one that we just identified as being bloody, even though we weren't sure about it, is trying to close the gap on the closest creature it can see, which looks like Euphemia. However, it's in difficult terrain, right, John?
Yes.
So its speed is normally not the fastest of things. Yeah, its speed is only 20, so it's only going to move 10. So 5, 10. It makes it to the edge of the entanglement situation, but that's as far as it can get. So it's coming towards you, still sort of leaking this ashy gas stuff as it treads forward here. Karluk, you're up. What are you going to do? You've got black on Karluk.
What's Karluk going to do? No, I'm not muted, right? Okay, good. All right, so
Karluk, your horse is really big and heavy, and I'm a coward and weak.
Oh, don't worry, Pierre. Karluk's going to move to the north here. 1, 2, 3, 4, right to there. Hey, Beric, what did the Black Stallion purchase when he went into the bar? A draft horse. And then with that,
lose a point of inspiration. I'm just kidding.
He's going to cast heroism on Pyrrhic.
What'd you cast? I'm sorry. What'd you do?
Heroism on Pyrrhic.
Heroism. Nice.
You can do it, Pyrrhic.
All right, Pyrrhic, I'll give you a heroism icon there.
To the stable elf. That's awesome.
What does heroism do? What's that one do?
Let me see. He is immune to being frightened. And he gains temporary hit points.
Awesome at handling ponies.
He gets temporary hit points.
3
nice.
hit points per turn. Yep. Concentration up to a minute. So
I think he needs
you can totally take on that draft horse.
I just put a little strongman icon.
You got this.
All right. Nice, Karluk. All right. Great. Okay. This little creature
Karluk
here.
Just check to see if his black lung goes away?
Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Karluk. Roll it.
Karluk's got this.
I believe in you.
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. It does not. You're still coughing.
So sad.
All right.
We got the mad cow disease.
The small twig-like creature on Ullrick that Ullrick just came near decides to swing Ullrick. Now you held your action until Thrall went, so that means he gets to go before you.
Correct.
So he's going to swing with a very pointy little arms at you there. Let's see how he does. And he rolls a 2. So he will not even come close to damaging you. You easily deflect it. And it's now Thrall's turn.
All right, I'm going to slide up across from my brother. And then I'm going to jack up the little needle guy between us, in theory.
All right, and before you go, Thrall had waited until you moved.
Oh, yeah. So Thrall's first. That's true.
Ullrick, would you like to
Ullrick.
attack?
So I'm going to get, so I'll have advantage on that because it's got
Yes.
the kitty corner.
That was a very sneaky move. He gave you advantage and you got rid
Very
of your
good.
black lung.
Right. There's
Very
the
good.
first roll,
Well,
and there is a second roll.
Good thing you had advantage. Oh, it didn't matter. What was your total there?
Total of
10 was his highest.
Yeah, that's not really very good. So no, he easily sidesteps your swings as well. So Thrall, now it's your turn. Insert obligatory brother insult here.
It's not even worth it.
There you go. So you rolled a natural 17 with one of your dice, so that seems like it's going to hit.
Takes 5 slashing damage.
Yeah, you easily show your brother how it's done and shatter this creature into a million little splinters.
And then I'm gonna we predetermined I think I can go here, right?
Oh yeah, you can go there.
All right, setting up the flank for Euphemia if he wants it, or Ullrick, even though Ullrick can't do much with it apparently.
When he kills the thing, when I miss it, I say, "Waves will rise on silent waters and praise the fine day only in the evening."
And crop will always flow out of your mouth, brother.
I've never met a dwarf more obsessed with water.
All right. And
What's that one? Always test a well head first or something like that?
yeah, I think that's what that was. All right. The other little twig creature here attacks you, Thrall. So he lashes out at you with his pointy branches, and he rolls a. Oh, sorry, I lost his card. I apologize. He rolls.
Oh, Joe, you probably should have used your Bardic Inspiration.
No.
He rolls a 17, John. What's your armor class?
My armor class?
Yeah.
That's a 16.
He hits. He hits with a palpable hit, and he does a D4 plus 1, so not very damaging, but you're going to take a whopping 3 points of damage there from this twig.
You have taken 3 points for the recap leisure.
So the good
It is now known.
Who's
Yeah,
keeping
so
track of
this
that?
is-
You got that?
All right. So things are going well. And looks like you've cleaned up most of these guys. The zombies closing in on you. And it's about this moment that you hear sort of a large whooshing noise. Now, if you remember, up past the corpses
Sounds
of
like a dragon.
these spiders up here, up past the spider corpses here to the north, there was a tower on a hill. And from the top of this tower comes this large green creature with leathery wings and sort of a serpent-like body, and it comes flying out. 5, 10, 15, 20.
That's all kinds of badness right there.
Gets to right about here,
Pirate, right about now, you're happy you have all the horses. Just right.
and you see it there on the map. You can see it over there to the right, and it looks exactly like a dragon. Now, none of you have seen a dragon before, so this is a pretty fearsome sight. And it's looking around, and it says, it speaks out in a very gruff and loud voice. Who dares enter my realm? And he's flying kind of low, and he's looking about. It is unclear if he's spotted any of you yet, because he's really kind of come up high, because he had to kind of take an arcing shot out of his tower to come out. And he, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this, he's bright green. So he's pretty high up at the moment. And he's right there where I show him on the map, right here, in case some of you can't see him on your screens for whatever reason because of line of sight issues. But he's flying high, so you guys can all pretty much see him at the moment. But other than flying out and making an announcement, that's all he does at the moment. So that is the end of that round. Euphemia, you are up.
Okay. Having just sighted down the one zombie, she looks over her right shoulder, sees the creature she's never seen in her entire life. The group around is amazed to see that instead of cowering, she stands up, puts her hand on her hips, and says, "It is I, Euphemia Lightfoot, and my band of brothers that are here to protect you from these evil creatures that have infested your beautiful realm. What do you ask us to do?
Oh, interesting. All right, that's a cool play. Let's see here. Well, let's wait and see for a second. So you asked that question, right? The dragon is just starting to look down and take notice of you. Pyric, Euphemia has formed this question. Rafe, why don't you make a persuasion roll so that the group gets a feeling for how good a job you just did at that?
All right. And I might as well tell you, as the DM, my other tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my ear for deceit and my eye for detail, my investigative skills.
Yeah.
To decipher if that's worked or not.
Okay.
But she didn't speak yet, so I didn't know.
No, but hang on to that. So you're basically saying, are you going to basically hold all your actions to have all this stuff ready? You can do that. Okay. In lieu of combat, that's a big sacrifice, so I like it. Okay, so you can do all that. So go ahead and roll your persuasion to see how well you're.
Wait! Use your inspiration. This is very important.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely. I think that's a wise choice. So you rolled an 8.
Nat 20.
I can't tell.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Oh, nice. It's a crooked die, but the chat room gives you a nat 20. Rafe, nat 20. What?
You mean nat 20 after using inspiration? I wonder.
Right.
Well, first of all, Pyric, well played. And second of all, Pyric, take a point of inspiration. You already have it.
I'm thinking it back to Rafe because I need a new one.
All right. So
Rafe gets a card too, right?
He does. I'm going to give him one right now. So
Rafe riding this dragon before this is over.
So Rafe, you get a card, which you don't have one yet, so that's good. Oops, I put it in the wrong layer. Oops, hang on a second. Sorry about this. Nobody can see the card yet. All right, there we go. So if we expand this card up so you can see it, you will see that this card says plus D4 after a skill or attack roll, Rafe. So why don't you right-click on that and take it into your hand? All right. Just right-click on it and choose Add to Hand there, or take card.
I'm right-clicking.
You may have to pick the selector. If you had the range measuring on before, you may have to pick the selector first. All right. So you guys all see Euphemia say what she says, and it just sounded like, man, after such a small creature, that just seemed right on. So you're gonna have to wait and see how the dragon responds to this. But the dragon is starting to look down at Euphemia and seems both a bit surprised and impressed, but we haven't decided what it's going to do yet. Pyric, what are you going to do?
Well, I know that Ullrick doesn't care about his horse, and Euphemia has just told the dragon we're here to help. So I'm going to take Ullrick's pony over to Euphemia and announce clearly, Euphemia, your sacrifice for his Lord Dragonness.
I take the reins.
Are you riding my horse over there or walking my horse?
Whatever Russ will let me get away with.
All right, so you're trying to take, which horses are you trying to take? All of them?
No, just Thrall.
He's offering my pony up as a sacrifice to the dragon.
Yeah, the dragon, if it's hungry, it will. All right. Prime pony.
So give me the wording again. I was distracted slightly. What are you saying?
Euphemia, here's your sacrifice for his Lord Dragon.
Nice. Okay, so move yourself at your normal walking speed if you're leading the horse. So
yeah, I don't want to seem threatening. And normally I wouldn't be able to do this because I'm a coward. But Cowlick made me unusually brave. And
yes, he did.
And I'll get him back for this.
All right, nice. So feeling brave by both Euphemia's inspiring words and Cowlick's heroic inspiration. Go ahead and move your character to where you want to walk, and I'll move the pony to right behind you.
Oh, how hurt does the zombie look like?
He looks pretty bad. You're sacrificing Thrall's pony, right? So Thrall.
Yeah, Thrall keeps on saying, I don't care about the pony. And I'm like, Thrall's okay,
pony. When
he's riding on the same pony with his brother, he might care then.
All right.
I'll be riding with you if you're the one sacrificing.
All right. All right. Okay. This goes under the category I not would have called this was coming. Excellent. So Pyric adding to the persuasion here is bringing a small food sacrifice for the dragon.
Well, that's so small. I mean,
it's no draft horse, but it's a pretty tasty snack.
Yeah, I'm also very thrifty.
I just named that pony Free Spirit.
His name is Morsel.
I thought it was Crouton. Anyway, moving on to Ullrick. It's your turn. You're seeing all this happen right now. Also, by the way, sorry, before we finish, Pyric, can you also make a persuasion check to see how authentic you sound with all this?
I know that's terrible. I don't. I am in the back of the choir. I don't. Oh.
Well, tell you what. I'm going to give you advantage on this automatically because Euphemia has set the stage so well. So you have advantage on this.
Okay.
But the dragon is trying to persuade the dragon that you're genuinely sacrificing this horse in this.
Well, I'm not fooling around. I'm sacrificing.
Yeah, no, you got to get a roll. Roll 2d20 with advantage.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right. You have any bonuses? All right. So you got a 10.
Typical Pyric fashion.
He got a 9 and an 8.
Oh, minus 1, 9 and 8. Okay. All right. Okay, fine. So you're still doing okay, but the dragon looks a little dubious, but everything's good. Ullrick, what are you going to do?
First, I'm going to take my 5-foot step here, attack with advantage on that little stick figure guy.
Okay.
Second time's the charm. Have you ever heard that one?
First attack. Second attack. 17 and a 15. So 17 will hit.
17 will hit.
Damage roll is going to be 9 points bludgeoning.
All right. You bash him to a little kindling against the wall there, and he
all right. That's my as I strode past him, knocking him down. I'm then going to continue to move here, and here to block Euphemia from the zombie. I'm still glowing. Looking up at the, I look down at Euphemia. I say to her as I go by, I'm going to say to her that I, who wants to lick honey, must not shy away from the bees. I am with brave Euphemia here to rid your grove, if you are this druid or this guardian of this village, to rid it of these creatures, and point to the zombie behind me as I hold my shield up to it.
Nice. That was beautiful.
Right. It's perfect. This is actually awesome because as Ullrick says, if you are this druid or this guardian, you all suddenly hear a low voice. Actually only out to not everyone hears this. Thrall, you hear this very clearly. Euphemia, you hear this pretty well, and Ullrick, you hear it also, but it's barely a whisper. And you hear, Fly, you fools! 2 buildings to the south! Get out! I'll try to cover your escape. and make a perception check, Thrall.
Thrall or Ullrick?
Thrall. John.
16.
Nice.
You saw a blur of motion to your right, and you now see just to your right down here, you see a squirrel sitting there, and he's like beckoning you, like, come this way, and he's motioning and pointing down in the direction of this direction down here. He's pointing down that way. I'm drawing a little arrow here, saying that. He's pointing down that way. And the squirrel is standing like right here, right in this spot. And he's pointing down that direction.
I'm very serious. We should squirrel or die.
I thought that would get in tonight. I'm not going to lie. Also, I had to say fly, you fools, because there was a text chain where we had to get a Lord of the Rings reference in. So we
Yes, thank you.
No problem. All right. And now it is the zombie here's turn. And he is still looking for some payback, and he's going to attack Ullrick there. Now, he has disadvantage because Ullrick has protection from evil. So he's going to roll 2d20 and pick the worst number. And it's a good thing, too, because he rolled a nat 20, but he also rolled an 8. He's got to take the 8, which, what's your armor class? I'm sure it's better than a 10.
18.
Yeah, so the zombies deflects off you easily, and you are not concerned about that. Karluk, you are up. You're seeing all this go down. The dragon made the announcement. Euphemia made a great counterpoint. One of the horses is being offered up as a small sacrifice. You did not hear the voice coming from the squirrel area, though.
The voices in my head are probably too loud.
Russ, I forgot to make a concentration check when that thing hit me, so the square's gone now.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll get rid of that.
I rolled poorly.
Yeah, so the entanglement is over.
From where I'm at, how good of a sort of eyeball line of sight does the dragon have to me by the tree here?
The dragon's up pretty high, but actually where you are, it would be hard for him to see you. It might be possible, you're not sure. In game terms, it would probably require a perception check. And quite frankly, he's got a lot of things keeping his attention, and he does seem to be pretty focused on Euphemia at the moment.
Okay. Calic's going to go for it. I'm going to cast Minor Illusion to make it appear as if there's some really tasty sausages kind of like hanging out of the pony's little packs or saddles or whatever. And
nice.
Then,
so you're basically assisting any further persuasion that's going on with the pony sacrifice situation.
Thrall's horse.
I love it.
I love it. That's so good.
I
That's
put
awesome.
sauce on his horse.
I know. I want to find an icon for tasty enhancement. I don't really think they have one of those.
Like barbecue?
Yeah, there's no like
Tasty
sausage
enhancement.
leg or chicken leg or I want a nice sausage.
Oh my gosh.
See, why don't people think of these things? It's so obvious. Why is it not an icon? Anyway, here we go. I'll put this little vapors on here like he's smelling really good. Like he's extra. But the pony's really so this big pile of sausages appears in the back of the pony, right?
exactly.
Like what kind of
The
host are you?
best.
All right. Excellent, Carla. Anything else you can move or anything? You can do anything else? Or is that it?
Yeah, I feel bad because I've, essentially cast like a cure spell on an undead by putting heroism on Pyric. So I'm going to advance behind him in support here. 2, 3, 4.
It's your horse.
There we go. Just leave my draft horse.
Don't
Here we go.
do that. That guy is expensive.
That's my turn.
All right. And then and then you've a chance. The pony is covered in sausages. I'm just making notes.
I like how the vapor symbol does look like a hot dog in a bun.
Exactly. It's a little extra treat there
Oh, it did.
on the thing. All right. And Karlik is advancing also to kind of help out with the whole situation there.
Yep.
Maybe adding a little beef flavor to the situation. Karlik, do you want to make a saving throw for your black lung there?
Oh, I do. Here we go. I'm feeling it this time.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you
Clear
go. Rolls an 18. That clears it up. Finally, you hawk up the last of it, and you're feeling a lot better for that. All right, Thrall, you're in the middle of this whole thing. You're not that far from this gesturing squirrel. You're not that far from the dragon, all things considered. You got a halfling that is articulating peace and assistance, and your own pony seems to be being offered up as a food snack. What do you do?
So the first thing I do as a free action or whatever is I say in Druidic to the squirrel, "I'll be right behind you, Radolf. I must see if I can get my companions to follow me." All right. Then I'm going to shift up here 1 to Euphemia and say to Euphemia, "I've located Radolf. He's encouraging us to go to the south. This dragon will try to eat us more than likely." And then I'm going to keep moving. And I'm going to step over here. I'm going to wing a magic stone at the last zombie as I go.
Nice.
All right.
So that is a 19. Does that hit?
That does indeed hit.
And that actually is +4. I don't know why the modifier's not on it. So it's actually 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. He is still up, barely. And with your strike, again, he lets out that ashen powder.
Oops, sorry, Ullrick.
Your brother,
not really.
your
Sorry,
brother
not
needs
sorry.
to make a saving throw. Ullrick, you need to make a constitution save as yet another cloud of ash gets blown right in your face.
I look over at Thalric. Sometimes I think you do it on purpose.
There's no thought involved. You're right.
All right.
Nope, try it again. Here we go. 13.
Nice. You successfully, you're getting better at breathing this stuff in, and you successfully managed to hold your breath just in time.
Then I'm going to keep going down here, Russ. So it's 3, 4, 5.
All right. Yeah. So did you let go of your button yet? Okay, there you go. So as you move down, scroll down on your screen a little bit, John. Let's see if you can. Yeah, perfect. So you're seeing this other building now to the south of your current area. And that one, as you look down there, you see a small house down there. And it seems to be in a little bit better condition than most of the other structures you've seen. The doors seem to be reinforced with heavy iron bands, and there's thick shutters protecting the windows down there.
I'll say I'll say over my shoulder in Dwarvish. I don't know. I know Pyric knows Dwarvish, and I know that Ullrick is supposed to know Dwarvish. I say, "Follow me. I found a safe house." And the druid.
The druid.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. Okay. Well, it's actually the dragon's turn. And so the dragon has been taking all this in, and Euphemia made that excellent speech and rolled a natural 20 on persuasion. So clearly the dragon is impressed and taken a bit aback by this offering, and says, "Halfling, you enter the lair of Venom Fang. Woe be to those who cross me. What offering do you bring me to prove of your loyalty and your willingness to rid me of these menacing beasts?" Is it this pony, which is covered in delicious looking meats?
Aye, Lord Dragon. We offer up this pony festooned with all this wonderful edibles and its magic.
Excellent. And the dragon looks very pleased by this, and he says, you show me this offering. Bring it to me yourself. Lead it to me before me here, and I shall eat it and taste it. And if it is to my liking, we shall treat on what you shall offer me further.
Okay. So, Russ, this is my plan.
All right.
First,
now you can bring in all your little tricks to see if he's lying to you or not.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm sort of thinking, because I held my turn.
Oh, by the way, as he was speaking, there's like all this little green sort of stuff dripping out of his mouth, and sort of this like little green puffs leaking out around his mouth as he speaks. Sorry.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
I'm sort of thinking, because I held my turn and then I go first. I got them stacked up. So this is all that I'm thinking of doing. Using my ear for deceit, telling him I'm going to lead the pony right there, but I'm not. What I'm going to do is run up and get it, since I have lots of movement. Bring it to like here. Well, bring it to here. Smack its rump. And then try to like hide in plain sight in the bush here.
Okay. So using your art for deceit and deception, what you think you've seen is, in game terms, it appears the dragon is holding his action and waiting to decide either to land wherever you bring the pony, and if you do anything other than bring the pony, he's probably going to attack. And because your roll. What's the ability called you have? It's
ear for deceit.
What does that give you for an ability?
As a bonus action, I make a wisdom perception check to wrong one. Bonus action insight check, determine whether a creature is lying.
Good, perfect. Go ahead and make that insight check.
And something about treating a roll as a 7.
Now, don't forget, you've got a card, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this card lets you, at any time, you can hand it in to me for a plus D4 to a skill check. This would be a skill check. So you can wait and see what you roll, and if it would help you to get extra D4 worth of points on the roll, you can do it. You know what I mean?
I'm going to use inspiration.
Okay, go for it. And you can still back it up with this thing. So your first roll is a 13. Your second roll is an 18. Obviously, take the 18. What is your bonus on inspiration?
Nothing.
Nothing. A I'm not.
Sorry,
inspiration.
nothing.
Okay, so you got an 18. That's pretty great. And what does it say you get if you pull it off? You can tell if he's being deceitful.
I can tell if he's lying.
All right. So the good news is you don't think he's lying. It looks like you did a really good job understanding what he's going to do. So his basic, what it looks like in his position is he's going to land wherever you bring the pony. But if anything other than bring the pony occurs, it looks like he's ready to attack. And he rolled so well, you're not really sure how these creatures work, but it feels like all this stuff leaking out of his mouth means he's ready to breathe something very bad. So that might be his methodology, but it looks like he's not being deceitful. Like if you bring him the pony, it looks like he's going to land and eat it.
All right. So I don't have enough movement to really do that. I'm going to tell the dragon that I'm going to move to here and call the pony, like, and flash my carrot out of my cook bag.
All right.
Russ, I don't know if it means anything, but we learned this from one of the earlier sessions that when that pony moves, the minor illusion disappears.
Oh, that's right.
Boo.
All right.
Really?
Yeah, I remember we learned that with a barrel in your no-think session.
That's right. I think if you move into it, right, the minor illusion doesn't fly around, right? That's the problem.
Oh.
That's right. We're not entirely sure the dragon's been persuaded by the illusion part anyway.
Doc, throw minor illusion up in the discussion.
There you go. All right. So nice. So Euphemia, you're going to do that as your.
I say,
yep.
Come here, Sauce.
Make an animal handling check, Rafe, to see if this pony comes right to you.
Well,
Pyric
Pyric's also going to smack it on the rump.
Yeah, Pyric can assist with this, so you get advantage, Euphemia. Well, here's an 18. That's nice.
Snap.
Nice. All right. So the pony's going to move out. So yeah, it kind of trots over there. And Pyric, I assume you let it go.
Oh yeah. This is the most iron-willed pony in the history of ponies. Like,
yeah, the pony
it's marching towards a dragon.
The pony does. Yeah, the dragon's still in the air. But yeah, the pony comes right up and brings the reins to you, thanks to your excellent roll there, Rafe. So yeah, the pony overcomes its fear. But unfortunately, yeah, the sausages just sort of vanish.
So I guess, Russ, I didn't see that what you said in the thing, but it does say like if things pass through it. So I think they just stay there and it just passes. It passes through.
Can it move? Can the caster the illusion make it move around?
I don't think so.
It would just be physically stuck somewhere, right? So it's not like a moving. It's not like you can make an illusion of a bird and fly it around. Right. So I don't think he can like make something that moves or flies.
It just stays in a 5-foot square. The image creates sound, light, smell. It can create smell though.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
No, it can't create. It can't create.
Yeah, so I don't think it moves. I think you pick a 5-foot spot and the illusion.
Yeah, it says physical interaction with it reveals it to be an illusion.
Yeah, so any movement,
Yeah, so basically.
So I think it's going to
pass right through it, yeah.
Yeah, so the pony leaves, the sausages stay back there, and the pony now is over by the thing. The dragon still seems pleased at the moment, though. Nothing doesn't seem to have any kind of bad reactions. Again, Euphemia rolling a natural 20. The dragon's kind of feeling pretty good about the halfling at the moment. All right, Pyric, you're up.
Oh. I don't want to attack anything because...
Oh, but the dragon did held its action, so when the pony gets closer, the dragon actually flies down to here. And so, Euphemia, this thing is like right next to you. And its head is like right over the pony. And it's like salivating, and there's like this just terrible sort of smell of like not good things. In fact, you kind of get a feeling of like...
Free Spirit's just standing there? Accepting its fate?
Well, but it hasn't had a chance. It just responded to the Hobbit, so it hasn't had a chance.
Well, if it doesn't move, basically that's natural selection, so that's okay.
That's right. So it might be getting ready. The horse does look like it's a little scared. It's getting scared.
If it's not smart enough to run from a dragon, then it doesn't deserve to be around.
Right. It actually is pulling on the reins a little bit, but Euphemia's got it now, so...
So that was my last turn, actually. So now I have my turn now that it's
okay, what are you going to do now?
All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bow and start to move away and say, "Here you go, Lord. Just as promised. I am a woman of my word. Enjoy."
All right, so start to step away there. And the dragon, the pony starts to move away, and in like a lightning move, the dragon's head shoots down to grab and bite the pony.
And in that moment, I'm gonna hide.
All right. The dragon's gonna have advantage because the pony is kind of sitting there waiting for it. So here comes the dragon's attack. Oh,
Hey guys.
One of the dice is an 18. The dragon strikes the pony easily. Let's just see here how much damage happens here. The pony is pretty much cut in half and starts chomping it down there, bites the pony in half, and he starts eating it pretty aggressively. Haven't had livestock in some time. And starts
Wouldn't
just
let
chowing on
us
the
kill
pony.
him and Kuss, but I'll feed my pony to that nasty dragon.
So you're down one thrall pony. Meanwhile, Pyric, it is now your turn. You're seeing this pony being gorily eaten by a dragon. It seems to be slurping down the entrails, sort of like udon noodles. And it seems to be thoroughly enjoying that process. Pyric, what are you going to do?
Russ, do you want me to make my hide check first?
Oh, yes, please. Go ahead and make that hide check. Oh, that's pretty good.
22.
22. We'll give you a little hidey icon. There you go. Little ninja icon there for hiding. All right. Excellent. Pyric, it's finally your turn.
Cool. I
You
should
be proud that
I
you
should be
yourself
scared.
gave up those udon noodles to the
I
dragon.
should be scared. This is terrifying. I think not being scared is more terrifying than actually being scared at this
You're feeling
point.
pretty heroic, though. You got like extra energy coursing through your veins.
This is, I don't like this at all. All right, then. So I'm gonna go south. Did I hear Thrallrick talk about finding the druid?
Make a perception check, because you were kind of far away, but he tried to sort of stage whisper it, so go for it.
Okay, let's do
you
that
heard.
thing. And let's see if I know. I took 2 squares already. And then I'm going to roll. Did you say, is it perception?
Yes.
Okay, then. Oh, 12. That's great.
12 is not bad. You're actually not too far away. You heard him.
Okay, then.
Well, I'm not hiding either, and I'm headed in that direction.
Yeah, right.
I might even,
Right.
I might even
Pyric's
wave.
not that far. Pyric's about 5,
3,
10, 15, 20 feet away.
4, and I normally can move 6. Is that right with my movement?
Yes.
And then this structure that I'm near, it has broken my line of sight to the dragon.
It partly because the dragon is now down on the ground eating the pony.
Okay.
You're partly obscured now.
Can I see the squirrel, or is this accurate based on where my screen is?
Let me see if I can see your. I'm looking at your line of sight situation here. You cannot see the squirrel. You can see down here. I'm pinging right now. You can see that building, that in-shape building with the well maintained with strong doors and windows. You can see that building down there. But you can't see the squirrel situation because
I'm going to motion strongly for Cowlick to follow me, because I know sometimes he gets lost, and I like that guy. He's sort of awesome. And now, despite this weird courage I'm feeling, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, he's not 5. So much more livestock for you guys to feed to the dragon.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're a crazy dwarf. And that's where I am now. So I took a double move.
All right, excellent.
My real goal is to not be able to have any direct line of sight, i.e., if the dragon decides to breathe corrosive breath, that it is not very easy for the dragon to spew forth venomous death on my person.
Nice. So your current location, you can no longer see the dragon.
That
So-
seems safe.
You should presume that maybe the dragon can't see you either.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So nice job, Pyric. Ullrick, your turn.
I assume this dragon can see me.
Oh, yes. You are right near him. He's kind of eyeing you, but he's also really seems to be enjoying this pony. Yeah, he's moving on. He's having more of the entrails at the moment. They're quite tasty.
Aye, the devil's boots don't creak. Great, oh great. Venomfang, what ails this area that you would have us help you do? What would you like us to take care of for you? I'm going to smack the zombie when I say that.
You scratch the zombie.
He's just like, as he's talking.
I'm going to use my bardic inspiration to hit him.
There you go.
So that's just going to be a D6.
Let's get rid of the bardic
So
inspiration.
that's going to give me.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, 18 damage.
There you go. Bardic inspiration used. Nice job. That will definitely hit. Roll damage.
13 points of damage.
All right. The zombie gets to make his little death save here, as zombies are wont to do. Not 20. You hit him. It should destroy him, but it doesn't. The zombie just still stands there and lets out another puff of the ash there. Joe, make a Constitution save.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Constitution. There's that. 10.
10's just enough. You're okay.
All right.
All right.
And I'm going to. I assume I can't see Euphemia because my perception is terrible, and I'm going to motion to Kyle. Follow my brother. Follow my brother this way. Yeah. Thank you, Doug. And I'm going to take a step 1, 2 to here. The zombie will get an attack of opportunity on me. Step out.
Here comes a zombie attack.
He gets 2 attacks, right? He gets disadvantage.
He gets. Why does he have disadvantage?
I have protection.
Oh, right.
Protection from evil.
So he rolled an 18. Then he also rolled a 17.
Oh.
So he's on today, Joe.
He's gonna hit me.
Yeah, he is. All right. He how does he do here? He's gonna roll his attack there. He hit you already. Rolling damage. It's D6 plus 1. So there you go. You're gonna take is that a 5 or a 4? Mine's cocked.
5 according to the discussion.
5. There we go. So it's gonna be 6 points of damage, Joe.
And I made a spell save, my Constitution of 22 on that, so I don't lose my protection from evil.
Nice. All right. So it takes
Okay,
6
then
points.
I have Joel giving us a recap currently at 5 points of damage.
Right. All right. Well, the
So
dragon isn't breathing yet. So the knight's still young.
I took a total of 5 points or 6 points.
6 points total.
Oh,
Thank you.
6 points. Thank you.
D6 plus 1. So yeah, 6
Got
points.
it.
All right. Okay. So Ullrick does that thing. He says something to the dragon as he backs away and tries to smash a zombie unsuccessfully.
I'll use persuasion if I can on that too.
What's that?
I'll use my persuasion on that
Yeah, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
because I am super persuasive.
Oh dear. That would be a natural 1. So bad
I
news.
think those are fighting words.
Joe, you get this card. So why don't you, it's a minus D6 after making a attack or skill roll. So why don't you right click on that and take it in your hand? We'll deal with that later. Oh, you already had another one. Wait. I get to see which one you get to keep.
I had a minus D12, so I'll take that.
No, we'll keep, I get to pick the bad ones, sadly. Go ahead and keep the D12 one and we'll get rid of the D6 one. So good news. Yeah. So a natural 1, you feel like you may have offended the dragon during lunch.
In that case, I'm going to keep moving.
So yeah, that may have been an awkward moment to ask the dragon a question, which I actually kind of thought about that as you said it, but the dice don't lie. So here we go, moving on. Meanwhile, John, Thrall, you see out of the this little boop doop 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 doop. I'm drawing on the map here. Doop 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 doop. If you can see a pink dotted line, there's a little squirrel who's running out of the ruins to your left there, and starts running along down this little dotted line. I'm drawing where the squirrel's going, and he comes running over to this door. right here, and he
Yeah.
real quick. Transforms into a person, and he is standing there in front of the door, and he's beckoning you to follow him as he prepares to open the door. And I'm going to show you what he looks like.
Russ, I speak Draconic.
Oh, excellent. That's nice.
Does that give me some rudimentary understanding of etiquette amongst dragons? Because you need to know like words of politeness. You need words of gratitude. Does that give me some level of understanding?
You tell you what, I'll give you an advantage on persuasion checks since you know his native tongue. How's that?
What I want to do is apologize because it's very rude. Dragons don't speak while being eaten, or at least when slurping. Because the dragons, exhaling is the ultimate show of strength. Inhaling is a sign of weakness. So him slurping up these new noodles is him at his weakest time. And you would never talk to a dragon during their weakest time.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
And so I'm going to make sure in Dwarven, I'm going to apologize in Draconic, first of all. And then I'm going to say, Dwarf major pain in the ass, please. Come in there.
Out of line of sight. If you want to get his attention, it's all you.
No, I'm issuing apologies. Would you like me to roll?
Let's not have Pyric roll persuasion.
Well, Pyric, it's not your turn yet, but you can be ready with that.
Okay, that I'm gonna. That's what I'm.
So be ready with that, John. This is who you see. I'm showing it to everyone right now, but so this is who Thrall sees standing at the doorway. Who was moments ago like sort of a gray squirrel, and now he's standing there and he's beckoning for you to follow him. All right. So now it is the zombie who won't die's turn, and he is going to go. Let's see here.
Go for the dragon.
He's going to go right after well, let me roll a die here. 1 or 2, it's Euphemia. No, I can't see Euphemia. It's not Euphemia. She's hidden. 1 or 2, it's the dwarf, and 3 or 4, it's Karluk.
What with the dragon?
He knows better than to mess with the dragon. All right. We're going to roll a D4 here. 1 or 2. It's the dwarf. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20. He gets to you there, dwarf, and he swings, but he's got disadvantage. So this is probably a mistake. So here's his 2 rolls. Oh, he rolled 2 19s. He is on today. This zombie has got your number now. He's figured out this whole protection from evil thing. He's like, nope.
Start writing up that recap for next time, Joe.
He's rolling his damage here, which is D6 + 1. So here it comes.
You
4
lost
points
your
of damage.
spells,
4 more points, and Joe is way in the lead for recap guy. So take copious notes. All right.
All right, I lost my spell too.
What's that? And you lost your spell.
Yeah.
Go zombie. Yeah, so we'll get rid of that little icon there. That's gone. All right. So no more little glowing person. All right. And Karluk, it's your turn. As you see the zombie run up there and whack the dwarf.
All right, so I imagine Calix heard tales of dragons that have slept for days and days after they've gorged themselves in great feast. So Calix going to say, "Oh, great venom, for your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th courses, right over there are many ponies and horses." And then I'm going to trounce away.
In fact, there's a sleeping draft one right down the street.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so nice. Make a persuasion check there as you, with advantage, since you're literally offering more horses.
Okay, here we go.
I love it.
Oh
no!
You have an advantage, though.
Oh, he does have advantage.
Woo. 14.
14. Okay, well, fortunately, it's not that hard. Once you've already given a dragon some food, it's not that hard to continue persuading him. So it's looking pretty good. I mean, he's going to make an intelligence check here, but it's looking pretty good right now. I mean, there's really no negative. He's getting to eat a bunch of horses here. So right at the moment, things are looking pretty good for the dragon. All right, Karluk, nice job. And I see you've moved south farther. You're also heading down. You also now see, Karluk, as you're around that corner there, you also now see that druid I shared with the rest of the party there. You can see that. And you can see that really sort of pretty fortified looking building down there as well.
Radagast, we've been looking for you.
Close. Yes, very
Name Squirrely.
All right. Okay. Thrall, you are up. What you going to do?
All right. In Druidic, I say to Radolf there, I say, I'm going to corral the rest. Be prepared. And then I'm going to slide past my brother. 1, 2, 3. Slice this guy down with advantage with my scimitar, hopefully. Oh, you know what? That's a bad idea. I just realized why it's a bad idea. So instead, I'm going to just throw my second magic stone at it.
Stand behind me, brother. I'll protect you.
And I will add my inspiration to that because why not? It's going to run out eventually anyway.
Using the bardic inspiration.
Oh, geez. So does an 11 hit?
Well, they're not the super best AC ever, and 11 does hit.
Nice. Tell me it hit exactly, because that would make me happy.
No, you only need an 8.
I wasted my bardic inspiration.
You wasted your.
All right.
All right. So
hang on. I got to do the damage.
Yeah.
So it takes 8 points of damage.
All right, it's got to make its little zombie save again because zombies are hard to kill. Oops, I missed my roll. I'm trying that again.
Make my con save.
And the zombie makes it save. It still does not go down. And a puff of ash comes out, but with forethought, Ullrick makes his Constitution save. So no problem there.
And then I'll just slide down where I'm gonna leave my stuff. I'm gonna stay here, and I'm just gonna be waving to anybody like, come on, guys, this way, quickly.
All right. So it's the dragon's turn now, and Venom Fang makes a perception check with disadvantage because of all the distractions happening. And yeah, he actually decides he's going to go ahead and go for more food because he just finished up this pony, and the Minotaur over there, while looking pretty tasty himself, there is a huge draft horse, and I haven't had livestock in so long. Horse meat. And he flies, sort of fly moves over here right next to the draft horse, and starts to dig in on that, and it seems to be enjoying himself thoroughly.
What are the other ponies doing at this point?
They're tied to the tree. They are freaking out. So yeah, we're going to make some strength checks here for the ponies. I'm going to roll 3 of them, see if any of them roll exceptionally well. No, actually, all of them roll below 10. So all the ponies are not escaping from the tree, although they're trying really hard. Sadly for the draft horse, the sleeping draft horse, the dragon went for basically a coup de grace right on its soft underbelly, and didn't go well for the draft horse. Also, another udon noodle experience happening over there.
So I'm going to do some dwarven accounting here and say the elf just actually tied up all our expenses and all the profit onto a tree for the dragon.
Well, the halfling could offer all the horses.
Saved us all with the help of Cowlick, then your accounting would be correct.
Okay. So I have to make a list here of all the creatures Venom Fang has eaten today. So he got Thrall.
This is why you never tie a pony up. Let it run.
He got the draft horse. Also been eaten. We'll see how far he gets before the end of the session here. All right. Back to a new round. Euphemia, what are you going to do?
All right. Euphemia is going to follow Thrallrick. So I had to switch to my laptop. So she's going to stay hidden and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then unhide 5, and then can double move, which is 10. 1,
all right, so you're no longer hidden. I'll remove your ninja token. All right. So Euphemia is coming out of the ruins there sort of along the same path as the squirrel just went.
2, 3, 4, 5, 1.
And Euphemia, you can't quite see around the corner yet to where the building and the druid. Oh, now you can. You made it all the way to the building. Yeah. So you're at the other building now, and you're standing like right next to the druid. You just ran right up to him.
Yep.
All right.
I'm like, I say, lead us to safety. My companions are in danger.
All right. Well, we'll see what he says in a second. Excellent. Pyric, you're up.
If the dragon's happy and not looking at me, I am very happy to stay quiet.
All right. Are you going to move at all? Or are you just going to stay right there? Or are you moving out? Okay.
3, 4. Is the door open?
He has opened the door. Yes, the door is
5,
open.
6. I'm in there. I don't care how courageous I feel. This is the building he wanted us to be in, right?
Yeah, he was beckoning. He's nodding as you go in. He's gesturing and nodding.
Actually, he works with the dragon, and this is where they trap everybody.
Yeah.
Well, then I fell for it. That's a little different.
That's what I'm
Well, I was falling for it till just in that point.
Yeah, the baster's over in the corner. Slather yourself in that sauce. It'll be fine.
Oh, Sauce was the name of that pony.
That's right, sauce. All right, Pyric, nice job. Ullrick, what are you going to do?
All right, this zombie's been dogging me far too long. We're going to use my inspiration to hit him.
All right.
I hate to waste it on a little zombie, but it's got to be done. So first attack, second attack.
All right. Well, it looks like you're going to hit him. Good thing you used inspiration. All right. You hit.
And because I need to get rid of this bad boy, we're also going to use my last spell to do cosmic damage to him which is radiant.
Radiant. Yes. He won't be making his little zombie save
so
against
another
that.
13 for bludgeoning, but he also takes. Let me get rid of my spell here. Oops, down to -1, so 0. And he's also going to take undead divine smite. He's going to take an additional. Submit. 11 points of radiant, so 24 points, 11 to radiant.
Nice. So yes, so zombies do not get to make their saving throw against radiant damage. So yeah, your god, the power of your god courses through your weapon, and the zombie just poof into dust. And even as dust, as it tries to explode from his body, vaporizes, and you don't have to make a Constitution save.
Poof. That's how you do it.
Nice.
The way I'm counting it, brother, you have only killed 1, and I've killed 3, and I boot like a son of a gun.
I said 5 times the charm, huh?
3, 4, 5. Keep your pebbles in your pockets and use your weapons.
Here comes the third pebble right at the back of your head.
Here comes the third pebble.
That's a 5. It's 5. That's on my movement right there. That's the best I can do.
All right. The druid's gesturing for you. Come. He's holding the door open. Quick.
Oh, yeah.
It's Rideout's turn, the druid's turn. He pivots inside the doorway, but he's still holding it open, but he's getting ready to pull it closed. Where are you, John? Yeah, you can see him. He's got some kind of above the door. You can see he's pulling down on some kind of like almost like looks like a wooden woven dream catcher kind of situation covered in leaves, and he's kind of pulling it down, and he recognizes it as some kind of druidic ward. And he's like getting ready to pull it down, but he's kind of like waiting for the right moment. And he's still gesturing for all of you to come. And based on your concern earlier, you recognize this guy looks like totally legit druid to you.
I wasn't really concerned. I was just putting that in the minds of the other players.
Oh, yeah, just saying. You can keep doing that. Just saying it. Okay, so cool. So it's
I shouldn't be the only one that has my twisted thoughts.
Half the time they're right. So all right, Karlak, you're up.
I'm gonna just follow the pack here. Head towards the baster.
The baster. All right. Can you get inside the building, or is that as far as you can go?
I can get inside. Yeah.
All right. So go ahead and move to inside the building somewhere if you want.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yep.
There you go.
There we go. Sorry about the horses and ponies, Beric.
Well, I'm really sad because Haman Kuss stuff is on my horse.
That makes it even better. That's karma. That was what the world was telling us.
So I'm gonna, if that we don't get that horse back, his stuff is gone. With maybe the exception.
Venom's over there picking horse meat out of his teeth with homunculus staff.
Well, his staff is definitely gone. His clothes is definitely gone. His research notes might be with my books because I can think they're kind of valuable.
There'll be a lot of paperwork we're gonna have to file.
Yeah, I feel bad for that poor guy. He did a lot of work on that stuff.
All right, nice. We'll have to take an accounting of what was on the horses.
Well, I'm hoping my horse survives. I haven't given up.
Well, a draft horse can fill up. He's not the largest dragon ever. A draft horse could be filling.
Yeah, he's eating a pony and a draft horse.
Yeah,
come on now.
Meal.
Hope those ponies break and run.
Yeah, all right. So, Thrall, what are you gonna do?
I go 1, 2, 3, and when I get up here to Ullrick, I say, maybe Euphemia hears it. I lean in, I say, I think we could have taken that beast. And then I go 1, 2, 1, 2, and then I dash in 3, 4, 5. I'll wait here next to the druid. So I'm inside next to Radolf.
Excellent.
I'm like looking out, making sure the other two make it in. And I also have my foot positioned that if he goes to slam the door before my brother and Euphemia get in, I'm going to jam my foot there.
All right.
Just in case, there could be bad druids out there. Not all tree huggers are good.
All right. It is the dragon's turn. I don't think anybody can see the dragon anymore. So we don't know exactly what the dragon's doing. But it seems like he's not pursuing. And Euphemia, you're already inside there. So I presume, no, you're not. So Euphemia, what are you going to do in your turn?
Popping in, and then I will hold and see what the druid says.
All right. Pyric.
I say, now I know you really want to close the door on this one, and I can't blame you, but we need to let him in too. As much as it pains me to say that.
All right. So, Pyric, you're already in the building. Are you going to do anything in your round?
Yes. My judgment of the Dwarven brothers has shifted again in the favor of Ullrick because Thrallwick's general disrespect for nature and Ullrick's general combat prowess has made him superior. So now Ullrick is now Dwarf Major and Thrallwick is back to Dwarf Minor.
Nice.
All right.
So I judged heavily. That's what I did.
You have to spend a full action to change their rank, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I did that.
Okay, nice. All right.
For someone who just spends a lot of time not judging, you judge a lot.
I try not to judge.
It's a full action job. All right, Ullrick, speaking of being judged, it's your turn.
All right, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My first move. Oh my God, right next to my brother. I say, if you want to fight it, go ahead and fight it. Those that dance must pay the fiddler, and I am not ready to dance tonight. And I'm going to take my second move to move. Is there any place else I can go in here? Or this is a one-story room.
I lean into you. I lean into you and put my shoulder into you, and I lean in and I say, I hope that armor of yours comes with a piss pot then, boy.
All right. The druid then closes the door, and his other hand was up holding this sort of like dreamcatcher weave of leaves and branches, and he pulls it down right into the center of the door. And there's sort of all of you feel sort of this feeling of calm and serenity. And John, you feel Thrall feels because of his druidic. So what's that?
Is it made of cannabis?
No, but Thrall, you feel based on your druidic abilities that there's druidic sort of messages written in this sort of dreamcatcher thing on the door, but also throughout the walls. And it's sort of like a variant of Pass Without Trace. It feels like, which is a druidic spell that allows druids to move through areas with their companions undetected. But it feels like the entire building is somehow, and you never heard of this before, somehow druidically warded in this way. And you feel like it might be really hard for even a dragon to know that this place even exists. Never mind if there's anyone in it. and he looks to all of you and he says, well, that was quite an entrance.
It was my brother. He's the one that made the thunder and summoned the dragon. He's always like that.
You're both very rude. And then I go into my diatribe about dwarves interrupting dragons while they slurp.
All right.
I step up to, I guess I'm next to him already. I say, Radolf, I am Thrall, Earthborn, and we have come here to seek your counsel.
Okay.
And I give him the Druidic symbol for peace.
He responds. He nods. It is good to see one familiar with the way. And he says, in what way can I be helpful? As you can see, I have but a humble abode here. And you look around, it is a very Spartan little hut. There's some hay in the corner where it looks like he sleeps. There's a small table and a couple of chairs where it might look like he makes some, it might eat or take meals or sit. And there's a little fire spot in the middle of the room with a pot over it. And he's got a makeshift chimney carved out of the center of the roof that it looks like he can cook with. But other than that, it's a very, very Spartan lifestyle here. And he says, what brings you all the way to Thunder Tree?
We're in search of a druid. Do you know where he lives?
I believe we're looking for a necklace in one of the stores here as well.
I don't
None
know
of the
the
above.
necklace. If
We're
you're looking
actually
for a
right
druid,
off.
you may have found him.
Radolf, Auntie, what's your aunt's last name? Is it
Auntie.
Lightfoot also?
Auntie, I think it's
Lightfoot?
Quailin, or that's her first name. I forget.
Quaylin's her first name.
Or is it
Alderleaf.
Lightfoot?
Alderleaf is her last
Oh,
name.
Alderleaf.
Alderleaf.
There is a halfling Alderleaf in Fendelin who says you're in possession of the most greatest treasure of all, knowledge. We seek the whereabouts of Cragmaw Castle and the Wave Echo Mine, if you know that as well.
Alderleaf. Nice woman. Really understands how to get a lot out of the earth, and yet her crop rotation skills are excellent. I really appreciate those halflings. Did I hear you say she's your auntie? And he looks over at you, Euphemia.
Aye, brave druid. She is my auntie. And while they were talking, she wants to look at his cook scenario. Like, does it look like he cooks well or not so well? Like, does he just eat gruel all the time?
It's pretty Spartan. Like, it looks
Who's
like
judging now?
he looks like he's most predominantly a vegetarian. Does a lot of stews with plants and mushrooms. But nothing fancy. Not a lot of spice situation going on here or anything like that.
How are his provisions of vegetables?
Looking pretty light at the moment.
Okay. I say, brave druid, with your permission, but perhaps I could cook you a fine vegetable stew, as Thrall here explains our journey and what we're looking for. And I will definitely pass hello to my auntie. The last time I checked, she was faring very well and set us off on this path. Although we now seem to be down several horses, perhaps you have a easy way for us to continue our travel.
Yeah, it's called your feet, halfling.
Hi, but my feet are small. And my
That's
pride
all
was
right.
brave.
He'll turn into a pony for you.
Or Ullrick will carry you, one of the two.
Radoth says, well, I would really appreciate a stew. If you're related to the Alderleafs, then their cooking is renowned, and I haven't had a meal as good as Quaylin's in quite some time, so that would be most appreciated. As for mounts and steeds, I'm afraid there is no livestock here. This town has had no real, anyone here, settlers, stores, or any kind of trained beasts for decades. In fact, the blight has really been overtaking the land and has become so strong, it has started attracting other creatures such as Venom Fang.
What causes this blight, Gray Squirrel?
There's a he smiles when you say Gray Skull, but he doesn't comment. He says there is I believe a dark fey rift has formed to the east, which I believe is causing a lot of the blight and some of the plants to warp and bend to the wills of the dark fey. And actually, I think it may be what has emboldened this dragon so much. There was for a long time a young dragon, a dragonling, a green dragonling in this area, but I wasn't too concerned about him too much because younger dragons, they're pretty manageable. They can be dealt with. But shortly after the rift opened up, I lost track of the youngling, and instead, this bolder dragon and larger dragon appeared. And he has some of the mannerisms of the younger one, which is sort of strange, but he's much stronger. And I can't think of a way to get rid of him because he's just so powerful. And he plus I'm afraid he's starting to take control of the area. I'm afraid that he's starting to really consider this area his lair. I've already started seeing some of the smaller creatures sort of starting to lose their free will and sort of do the dragon's bidding. And I'm afraid it won't be long before this entire region is under his control.
I'm not gifted with the intellect of certain other party members. I look over at the elf. However, it seems to me this rift might have something to do with this dragon's presence and his abilities. I have a lucky guess that this dragon is the same child dragon that was here before, but emboldened by this rift. Is there anything that you know we might possibly be able to do to close this rift? We do have a Minotaur, and he can put a mean rift some nights with
He says, well, let me say this. You, Sir Dwarf, and I'm afraid I did not get your name. And he looks at you, your thrall, and he says, my fellow druid.
I did introduce myself, actually.
Oh, sorry. He says, so Thrallrick,
just as Thrall. I only introduced myself as Thrall.
So Thrall, there are two things you asked. First, the location of Cragmar Castle. That I would gladly give to you, as Cragmar is infested by all manners of dark creatures, goblins, and even some bugbears. And quite frankly, they have been causing all kinds of trouble with the balance, and they need to be stopped. So I would gladly give you that location. Do you have a map? I will mark it for you on your map.
We do. Quite a nice map, actually.
All right. So he...
no, that map was on the horses.
We do not have a map anymore. Here's the deal. If we take care of this rift, close it, then put the smackdown on Baby Venom, then we would get our paperback out of his innards.
He says, well, I'll make it even sweeter for you. He said, Cragmar Castle, I would gladly give you as a location. The location of Wave Echo Cave, however, it does not surprise me that there are a pair of dwarves here on my doorstep looking for it. I know well the history of Wave Echo Cave and the powers that lie deep within. And if those fell into the wrong hands, that would definitely shift the balance of nature in a direction I would not be comfortable with.
I'm going to stand
The only way
up.
I would be able to be willing to give that location to anyone was for them to prove their ability to restore the balance to nature. If you would indeed go and not only close the rift, but rid us of this dragon, I would give you the location of Wave Echo Cave in addition to the location of Cragmaw Castle.
I am Ullrick, Dane of the Paladins of Morden. I promise you this. We'll close this rift. You have my word upon it, and upon his life, and point to Thrall.
I have a couple of questions. Everybody is really passionate, and before we agree to anything, I would like my curiosity sated, if you don't mind, there, Radolf.
What can I answer for you? Excuse me, what is your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Pyric Starfinder.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Pyric. I have not met an elf in some time.
Oh yeah, that's what I let humans call me. My elven name has a lot of oofdas in it and some ludifisks in it and some other stuff. It's long and it's elven and it's from the north. So first of all, Radolf, why are you still here?
I thought it would be a lovely place to settle down. It's near the woods, and the ash zombies keep to themselves. The spiders, the giant spiders, generally keep to themselves. It's a pretty good balance between death and life, and it's quite enjoyable. And no one comes by anymore, quite frankly, except for those gentlemen in the black masks over in the eastern side of the village. I don't really understand. They showed up shortly after the dragon. Don't really know what they're about, but otherwise, it's been a very quiet place. And I'm glad I was here, because if I hadn't been, I wouldn't have seen the rift starting to form, and that gives me great concern. And I certainly want to make sure that the balance is brought back. And what I'm concerned about is the blight is starting to slowly spread, and more of the surrounding area will become infected. I don't know if any of you ran into any blighted creatures on the way.
We did encounter the blight further to the south.
Exactly my concern, Pyric.
Well, you said black masks. What are these creatures with black masks? Are they humans? Those little twig things we dispense of easily?
Oh, I'll just wait on the questions I was asking. Please, just barge right in. It's fine.
Do you need to spend an action changing promotions?
Top of the day.
Whatever, it's fine.
Well, as you keep reminding us, you have plenty of years to ask them, more than us.
Oh, yeah. You go ahead.
All right, so Joe, what did you ask? Because it was hard for the druid to overhear the two of you talking over each other.
You mentioned the black masks, these creatures with black masks. Are they humans, or are they stick figures that we destroyed out there? More zombies? What is this in the Eastern Village? And are they part of this green dragons, this venom maws campment?
I'm a little worried about them. I don't know exactly why they're here, but the folk in the black masks and their cloaks, they've been skulking around. I can't really, because they wear the masks and they're so baggy, they're definitely some kind of humanoids. They seem like about human size or maybe elf size. It's a little unclear, but I haven't really, they haven't done much. They haven't caused much trouble per se. There's a statue over there that at one point I'm pretty sure they were trying to pull down. And they do seem to spend a little bit of time sort of observing the dragon. But other than that, I'm not really sure what they're up to.
Oh, Radolf.
Can you idea how many?
I don't know, 4 or 5, I think. I didn't spend a lot of time watching them, honestly.
And this dragon, does he come out of his lair after he feasts, or would we be able to get around this village and get out safely when we leave your abode?
He generally sleeps a lot. I haven't really dealt a lot with dragons, but it seems like he sleeps most of the time. It only comes out occasionally to feed. And since you've just apparently fed him a lot, that might keep him sleeping for a bit. And, if you're generally moving quietly and not making a lot of loud noises, you can pretty much get around the ruins here pretty easily. But yes, he does come out occasionally to hunt. But he does spend most of his time sleeping.
Ullrick, your shoe's untied. Potter, go.
All right, Radolf. First of all, about these black mask fellas, can you draw me the shape of their masks?
Sure. And he sort of starts to draw he starts to draw in the on the sand on the floor. He starts to draw them. And let me just get a little image here for you. Let's see if I can find a good one here. He draws it. It looks like he draws 2 little sort of eye holes, and then they have sort of a pointy sort of nose. And then he draws these really sort of like spikes coming out in multiple directions. So there's like one from each eyebrow coming up sort of area. And then there's one to the side of each eyebrow. And then there's like another longer one from each side kind of coming out. And then there's sort of like two lower ones, almost like a little mustache coming out as well. And he goes, they're all one color, kind of black and sort of pointed with these long sort of like spiky things coming out from the sides.
Oh, that's not just your everyday bandit mask. That's not I have a blemish on my face and I don't want the other sages to see you and you seem so embarrassed, so nobody's going to ask you to the jamboree kind of mask. Not that I'm talking about it from experience. That seems like it has a very specific connotation. What is more appropriate for me to roll, religion or history, to see if this mask has significance?
History, I think.
History it is.
Advantage. Calic wants to help.
Okay, good.
Pretty sure
because the 3 is not great.
There you go.
What was the other one? I can't see it.
19.
19. Oh, nice. 19's pretty good. So there was this time in the Sword Coast, because a couple things that trigger your memory about this is the fact that you just saw a dragon. And then the druid mentioned these guys were kind of like looking at the dragon. And then these masks, and when he was describing them, you remember that it was a big deal and everybody was talking about it. For an elf, it wasn't that long ago. It was about 5 years ago during the time that folks call the tyranny of dragons. There was this cult of the dragon thing that was huge. And in this cult, they all wore these really sort of ornate, very long and pointy masks, the main warriors. And during that time, they were like openly attacking during the height of the dragon's power. They're openly attacking many of the major cities. And these masks were seen everywhere. And they sort of struck fear into the hearts of many members of the Sword Coast along the sides. And so as he's describing this and drawing this to you, it kind of reminded you of that part of history. That's not even that long ago. It was a relatively only 5 years ago, which to an elf was like, yesterday.
Yeah, that's really recent. When was the eruption?
The eruption was about 50 years ago.
50 years ago.
Are these masked people near the rift or a different area of the?
No, the rift is beyond the edge of the ruins here. They're actually held up in some of the buildings over to the east. If you head a little farther, watch out. There's some more giant spiders in some of the buildings. There's a few of those, more of those. I've taken to calling them ash zombies. I think they're somehow old dead citizens of the city who were infected somehow or from the volcanic eruption itself. I don't really understand that, but that's another reasons I settled here is there's some really unnatural things that are happening here, and it's sort of interesting to study. But quite frankly, the Emerald Enclave has sort of asked me to kind of look into some of that too. But yeah, these guys over here, they're sort of on the eastern side of the city. You'd have to go out of the ruins and deeper into the woods to find the rift.
Now, do I think these dragon cultists have anything? Do they have a history with the Dark Fae or any dark rifts?
You don't have any memory of that happening. The cultists seem really focused on dragons. And during the War of the Dragon, they were all about bringing Tiamat back. But there's also been there's been rumors that they were also involved in raising dead. And even rumors that they've done work with Lich dragons in the past. But not Dark Fae, nothing like that.
Ullrick, we should go see if their paperwork is current or not.
Oh, I think that's very appropriate. I don't think they have a visa.
Radolf, we'll take, unless there's an objection, Euphemia will say in the end, but unless there's an objection, I say we take care of this rift so that we can take care of this dragon and then we can move on. But just so you know, if you're worried about Wave Echo Mind falling into the wrong hands, it seems whoever is in control of this Cragmaw Castle, perhaps this a person known as the Black Spider. I don't know if that rings any bells for you, but they have a map that can lead them to Wave Echo Mine.
What my brother's saying is either them or us. And we will help you, of course, because we are that type of people. I can only speak for myself. And, of course, Euphemia.
He says, well, that may be, people have searched for it for centuries and have yet to find it. But as you say, if you are willing to help me anyway, then help take care of this dragon. You will be doing a great and the rift. You'll be doing a great service to the region. The Emerald Enclave will appreciate the effort. I will appreciate the effort. The creatures of this wood will appreciate it. And I will give you the location of the cave in addition to Cragmaw.
Oh, that's really interesting. Now, Ullrick, who's yet another dwarven prisoner, because that's what dwarves do, they get caught. He was ancestrally hooked up to this particular story, this narrative about this castle, and it's his map. And it's interesting that either your knowledge of the woods and area tops the dwarven history with this place. So I'd be very interested to compare those two, their map versus your knowledge, number one. Number two, the Emerald Enclave. I'm pretty sure you're probably not telling us something, but that's fine. Whatever. We'll do this thing, but before we go out and guarantee the closing of this rift, I'm going to use Arcana. Like, how difficult does this seem? Like, us going out to do a thing, like, is it going to be readily apparent how to close this? Or we might need something. That's why I'm like, we don't promise something that you can't do.
All right, make an Arcana check to see what you know about closing rifts. Dark
Yeah.
We just assume you have that power, Pierre, to close a rift.
And as my old man used to say, doing the impossible makes us mighty.
Well, I got a 20. That's the most impossible roll that I think I've ever
That's pretty
rolled
good. That's pretty good. That is that's a well rolled modified 20. So you take a look. You seem to remember that Pierrick, you're on tonight, by the way, with your research and things. So that's pretty good. So yeah, you feel like in the past, rifts are generally considered unstable. Otherwise, they'd be popping up everywhere. And so typically, if they occur, they don't occur very long. So the fact that this is here for a what, according to the druid, seems to be not a small amount of time, indicates that something's either powering it or maintaining it. And it takes a lot of either energy or delicate machinations to make that happen. So it seems like if you could get to the rift, it probably could be broken. Like, it doesn't take anything special to do it, provided that you can get there and nothing really, 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 really powerful is guarding it.
All right. Well, and I'm going to share this knowledge with everybody in the following way. Rifts are like wells. They want dwarves to be sucked into them and close up. So all we have to do is basically get a dwarf there, tell them there's treasure on the other side of it, and it will close itself. Do any dwarves feel particularly brave for this instance?
I've never felt a day of fear in my life, except for 2 days ago and in front of that dragon just recently. Not until then. But I will try this rift.
Well, it seems to me that we're in agreement to some degree.
Oh, no. We're going to let Euphemia make the decision.
Well, that's what I was headed to. And Karlik, he has a say, too.
Oh, yeah. Like, Karlik, it's time for you to say your business. How do you feel about dwarves at the bottom of wells?
We all know we've got to get to these bugbears that are hiding in Cragmaw Castle, so Karlik is in.
Okay. Oh, we like to call them friends that had yet been stabbed. Remember, we all agreed on that? Euphemia, you heard everybody's counsel. What do you think? Oh, you're muted, Euphemia. That's why no one's been able to hear you.
She's busy tasting the stew.
She's whipping up a stew for us.
Yeah.
Still can't hear her. No.
It's
going to be very sad. Okay, Euphemia's got her mouth.
Yum, 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 yum.
Euphemia's got her mouth full of something.
Yeah.
That's very different when I have my mouth full of something. That's two different moments. We shouldn't probably talk about that. We'll get another 1-star rating.
All right, how about this?
There you go.
My laptop mic wasn't working. Okay. Euphemia was really intent on the stew. It was turnip, carrots, potatoes. So that could make a nice, hearty, thick stew. She added a little flour, thickened it up, and of course reached into Auntie's spice bag. But she was paying attention to all that, and she says, I believe that Ullrick has the way of it. I think that is the right path to take. And I wonder, too, if our druid friend might have anything that he knows that will aid us. I don't know, maybe any potions or poultices or magic items for Pyric. Again, I'm not looking to keep them or take them, but if he knows of something that we need, I certainly want to make sure that he can maybe provide it to us, even if it's on loan.
Well, it's also possible that Emerald Necklace has some power that either Pyric or someone else can wield. Radolf, if we exit these ruins quietly enough, you think we will not bring down the dragon and we could investigate on our way out?
I would wait at least 1 hour, just saying.
Well, we should probably take a real rest, I would say. But
the druid does say, I think it wise for you to wait a bit for the dragon to fall back asleep. But yes, if you were to move quietly and not do anything too noisily, I think you could easily.
Arlick, that's you and I. No thunder waves.
Oh, Radolf, I think you got your pronoun incorrect. Not you, we. You're going to help us get out of your town quietly, right? Because that just seems fair.
Would you want me to help you get to the edge of the town?
Yeah, and then we'll point us towards that dark rift. I'm sorry, but these dwarves tend to get captured or lost. I need your help here.
All right, make a persuasion check there, Pyric.
God, this is the worst.
I know we're safe now.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
I'm not assisting him because
I feel like
he can lead himself out of this town.
No, these are the worst. The dwarves are the worst. Okay, I'm gonna roll twice.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh yeah, that's good. That's great.
18. There you go.
And I have another roll in me because there
you go. Double 18s. So he says, if you will do this for me, if you're going to go and take on this rift, the least I can do is take you to the edge of town. I do have some methods that can get us quietly moving.
Radolf, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for all of us. The region can't take another hit to its agricultural infrastructure, and the loss of this land and the peasants who could then be working on it, it would be completely detrimental to the greater economy of the Neverwinter and particularly the Sword Coast. And then I just start getting more and more annoying as I go on and on and on.
I believe he's saying the dragon's going to interfere with trade.
Also, would it be possible, do you know of a herbalist or alchemist shop nearby here that used to be one?
There is an old shop near the edge of town. I can take you by there on the way out.
Excellent. Then that's, I guess, where we should stop it, right?
Yes. So, yes, it sounds like the plan is to take a rest here, either short or long. You guys can decide that before we play next time.
I'm voting for long rest.
Long rest.
I only used one spell. Let's do a short rest. What did the rest of you do while I was busy rescuing us from that dragon?
And the druid agrees to lead you to the edge of town.
Okay.
Past the herbalist shop.
Past the herbalist.
I'm just saying a long rest because we need to let the dragon go to sleep anyway.
That's probably wise.
And I mean, it wouldn't hurt for us to be a long rest, but.
Excellent job today, guys. It only cost you all your pack animals, but you did avoid getting eaten by a dragon. So nice job there, everyone. Great session. And we'll catch up again next time.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Hey everyone, welcome to another App of the Ep. That's right, we're bringing back segments, trying to sneak them in here, a little extra content in between your D&D content, just because, well, you can't have too much content, really. And sometimes you want to break from D&D and just hear about something else, and then after about 5 minutes of that, you're going to be like, but what happens next in the D&D story? And so that's why we do it this way. So as we're in this little interlude here between these two parts of the campaign, I thought I would bring back a little App of the Ep segment we used to do on the original D6G show, where I would pick either an iPhone app or a game or some kind of digital format I'm playing and enjoying, and I had to share this one with all of you. I just found that I just finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I've been playing that pretty much since it came out. As with all Assassin's Creed games there, a lot of content. Really enjoyed it. Great ending. I like a lot of what they did there. Good times. But that's not what this is about. This is about a game I just discovered after that. I wanted something completely different. And that's what I found in Desperados 3. Now, Desperados 3 obviously is the third entry in the Desperados series. But what's nice about Desperados 3, and I've not played 1 or 2, so I have no idea how good 1 or 2 are or what they feel like or anything else. But I do like a good Western-style game, Old West game. And Desperados is definitely one of those. I do like a game with a good story. It's got that too. But I also like games, video games that feel a lot like board games or physical games you play. I'm going to make the case that Desperados has that feeling, even though it's not really in any way analogous to a board game. There's no, or a miniature game. There's no card mechanics. There's none of that stuff. It's very much a top-down isometric, so top-down view of a stealth sort of Western squad management game where you're kind of sort of like maybe a little bit advanced squad leader, maybe feel a little bit like XCOM, except it's different than those. And what makes it so different about it is it really feels like a miniature game to me. And why do I say that? Well, what's really fascinating about the way they did this is that you start in these pretty complicated scenarios, and there's a lot you have to accomplish in these scenarios. And I don't want to spoil anything, but one of the very simple scenarios early on is there's this town, and there's a bunch of bad guys that are kind of running the town, and they have different leaders of the gang that are spread out throughout the town doing different things, and you need to take them all out. That's your mission. But what's interesting about it is at the start of the scenario, and where they explain to you after a little cutscene that explains what you're trying to do, it pans across the entire scene. The entire town as a whole is there. And you can see the entire town. Nothing's hidden. And you can see all the characters and NPCs in the town walking around and doing their thing. And you can pan around at any time and see the entire town, which reminds me very much of a miniature game. So one of the games Craig and I used to play a lot of was Gutshot, for example, which is a scenario-driven miniature game, and Craig would set up an entire town or entire train robbery scene or something like this on the table, and then we would have our party of 3 or 4 figures, and then there'd be a bunch of bad guy models all on the table, and there'd be rules, and we'd all move around and do our thing, but the entire scene was known, right? You had complete knowledge of the situation, but it just looks beautiful, and you can pan around and see the scene. Same with this. There's no fog of war in this. You see the entire thing, which makes it very different than an XCOM or these other games. You still got to worry about line of sight. You still got to worry about discovery, but you have this sort of perfect knowledge, which is pretty unique. And it's also very much a stealth game, so you're going to be sneaking around. Now, it is real time in that, you're moving your model in real time. The environment's all happening in real time. The enemies, the NPCs are all doing things in real time. However, there is the ability in showdown mode, they call it, to pause the game and issue essentially a series of orders to multiples of your sort of teammates in order to get them to do things in concert, but also to pause the game, if you will, to kind of give you a chance to think and plan out a scene. And sometimes you need to do this very carefully because there might be a situation where there's 2 guards, and these 2 guards kind of have good line of sight of the whole situation. Unless you kill them simultaneously, one will see that and alert the other. Enemy AI is fantastic. Also fun for miniature gamers. They've got a really cool system with line of sight and AoE, an area of effect, and it feels like a miniature game come to life. I don't know how else to say that, even though it's I don't think it's intended to be that. I don't know if the designers were inspired in any way by miniature games. It also looks a lot like a StarCraft or a real-time game. It doesn't feel too much like XCOM, except that it's tactical because there's no virtual grid where you're moving guys to in squares or anything like that, which sort of feels like the D&D grid sort of thing, or a gridded game surface. This is very much an open world. Everything moves around, which is really interesting. Also, what makes it a lot of fun is that each of your characters have different, very distinctive abilities, and it helps you get through these scenarios. And you can figure out multiple ways to solve a problem, which is kind of fun. So you could just go in and try to blow your way through the town. that's really hard. So you're probably going to end up with using a lot of stealth. There's a lot of cool tools in the game to see different lines of sights and vision. So it's an extremely tactical strategy game where you can actually literally plan out, okay, this guard is facing this way. He looks that way for a count of 10, and then he starts to turn the other way. And so in that count of 10, I either got to distract him, kill him, get him in a bush. The NPCs really, as I mentioned, really good AI. They'll come talk to each other on a pattern, and if one of them is not there when they get back, they'll be alerted, so you got to deal with that. The town folk, the random folks who aren't really bad guys, if they see something go down in the wrong spot of town, they'll react. So you really got to think this stuff through. But then there's moments where you grab the Gatling gun and just mow everybody down, right? So it's got all that kind of stuff going in there. What also makes it a lot of fun, I like a great story, and this game is just chock full of great voice acting, great music, great sound effects. Again, it really brings the West to life. So that's fun as well. And again, because it's the Western genre, we've seen these kind of games, World War II, World War I, those kind of things, sci-fi, fantasy. It's nice to see an old Western do such a great job at this. So I love everything about it. Now, one of the things, I've been playing it on the Xbox. It's available on all the major platforms, well, 3 of the major platforms. It's available on the PC, the Xbox, and the PlayStation. It came out on the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, so it'll play on, I guess, last gen / current gen consoles, depending on how to define it. But the Xbox version in particular has the XS logo on it, so it will also play enhanced on the newer consoles. And I happen to have been lucky enough to get an X, and I will say that it looks fantastic. Like it's on a high end, really rigged out PC on the X. I'm sure it looks fine on the Xbox One as well, but it really does also sort of feel like you're looking at a beautiful painting while you're playing this game. So I can't really stress enough how much I'm enjoying this. It's just very different from sort of the third-person, first-person games I've been playing a lot of lately. So it's a nice, refreshing change. Plus, it is in the Old West. Plus, it's got a great tactical miniature game feel that I really, really enjoy. One extra bonus thing about it too, it does recommend you save a lot. You'll screw up constantly to the point where actually it'll start a timer at the top of the screen that's increasing once you've gone over a minute since your last quick save. So it'll start this timer, it'll kind of appear up and it'll kind of warn you, it turns darker and darker colors, like it's been 2 minutes, it's been 3 minutes before you screw up, save. But what's nice is when you click the quick save button, it's instant. It doesn't even really pause the game. So you're very much, and by the way, reloading is also pretty much instant. So you're very much like going to do an, oh crap, and then you just reload. You hit a button and you're back. So it's not really, it's hard. There are various difficulty levels, of course. It's challenging, but I wouldn't say it's frustrating because you literally save every step, which I also enjoy because I like to pause these things, go do some work, pop back into it later, maybe for a quick break. And it's one of those games you can definitely consume in little bite-sized chunks because you can pretty much instant save anywhere. So it's a great little game. There's also a bunch of DLC that came out that's also available now with the version on the consoles as well, which adds more content for you. And each of these scenarios, I want to say there's like 16 scenarios, which doesn't sound like a lot, but each of these scenarios are really big. It's going to take you like 1 or 2 hours probably to solve one of these things. So you're probably looking at anywhere between 20 and 30 hours. Plus, there's these little bonus objectives that you get stars for if you complete them. You don't have to solve the mission, but then so there's the replayability of, I want to perfect it. I want to do it without killing anybody. I want to do it without setting off the alarm or whatever those things are. I want to kill as many bad guys as I can with that rock I can knock down on them. So definitely check it out. Desperados 3 on the Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Definitely worth your time, especially if you're a miniature gamer.
We will pass through the American patrols, past their sonar nets, and lay off their largest city, and listen to their D6 generation as we play our Russian board games.
Dice are our vice.
Check out our general gaming podcast at the D6generation.com.
Just wanted to inject a quick thank you again to all our patrons. We really appreciate all of your support. And actually, we really appreciate support of any kind. A lot of work goes into the podcast, as you guys all know. And what makes us get excited about doing it is, of course, your feedback, your contributions, and, of course, your treasure. So we do appreciate all of that. To give back, there's a bunch of ways you can do it. It doesn't have to be money-wise, right? You can give us feedback. Very easy way to do that is send us an email to info@d6generation.com. Send us your stories. Send us any artistic endeavors you've ever attempted based on some of the crazy content in front of the show. We love to see that stuff. Gets everybody involved, very excited, and keeps us passionate about this project. Also, if you would like to contribute monetarily, we do offer a way for you to get a little value back for the value you provide. And that's through, we use a tool called Patreon. To do that and get involved in that, just go to the d6generation.com and click the Patreon icon on the right-hand side of the little logo there. Or you can go to patreon.com/the D6Generation. Either of those work. And if you agree to donate a little bit of money per episode, you'll get access to the Lost Chapters, which are a bunch of extra content. You'll also get access to the video versions of these D&D adventure episodes, so you can actually see what the players are seeing on their screen. Gives you better insights into Roll20. And also, it's a great way to communicate back and forth with us. You can leave comments and send messages to us right there. And we're also going to be launching a Discord server very soon that ties directly into Patreon. So it'll be a patron-only Discord server where patrons can actually get a little extra access and see things and comment. And I'm working on ways now so you can actually watch the show live when we record certain elements of it, particularly the D&D nights. And so you can comment right there as well and kind of be a part of the action. So if you're interested in any and all of that, again, just send us a message via email, info@d6generation.com, or support us over on Patreon. Click the Patreon icon on the right-hand side of the d6generation.com. Thanks, everyone, for your support. And now, back to the dragons and the dungeons. Not necessarily in that order.
Is your character not as agile as you would like?
Karlik looks at Euphemia and says, I really wish he would have missed, and then just falls over.
Is DM's grace in short supply?
Oh, and the candles go out on the Minotaur's horns.
Is compassion not your character's strong suit?
Minotaur more like beef or more like cannibalism? I'm asking for a friend.
Not wise enough to remember the plot?
Euphemia asks Bear Brother, why are we even here?
Is persuasion your dump stat?
Be prepared for a caster. These do not move on their own. There's no caster here.
Listen long enough, and you too might learn how to roleplay 8 charisma.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. And we are just after a very exciting moment. And here to tell us all about it, the highest damage individual from our last play session. Ullrick, how are we doing? What happened last time? And why do you look so battered and bruised?
All right, good question. So when last we left our trepid adventurers, Pyrrhic, as I recall it in the Book of Grudges, Pyrrhic spent most of the encounter preparing a good meal for Venomfang.
Wait. Did preparing a meal get him in the Book of Grudges?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Well, only the second meal, the second course. First course got him out of the Book of Grudges. But let's get there. So who's Venomfang, you ask? Well, that is a good story. We're engaged in combat, hand-to-hand, with ash zombies, some sort of paper stick creatures that died very easily, when one of our group, who I will not mention, cast Thunderwave, summoning a green dragon.
He summoned a green dragon with Thunderwave. I love it.
So anyway, Euphemia, brave as she could be, took stock and persuaded Venomfang that we were going to be friends. I stood up next to her, and she immediately disappeared and hid. Pyrrhic immediately offered Thrall's pony as a gift to eat as a sign of friendship. That's Euphemia, Euphemia, myself, and Cowlick. Then finished off the zombies and the stick people. And then Gray Squirrel, who's also another coward, who's hiding in the bushes, said, get out of there. He's going to kill us. Run for your lives. So Euphemia was gone. We then snuck off to a house, and we were close enough to hear. The house was close enough we could get to it in a round or two, but also close enough we could hear the cries of our ponies softly being eaten by the dragon. With that as background music, Gray Squirrel then filled us in with everything that was going on. Gray Squirrel is also known as Radoff the Druid. He told us that there's a rift making the dragon big and affecting all the blight around us, and the rift is to the southeast of where we are. The rift cannot be closed, but we're not sure how. The rift caused Venomfang to get bigger. And he also said there's a cult of the dragon. And there was masks that he drew of people watching Venomfang. And we may want to take care of them first. They may be on Venomfang's side. He told us where Cragmaw Castle was and that it has goblins and bugbears. Once again, proven to Cowlick that bugbears are always at the bottom of every problem. And the Wave Echo Canyon, he knows where it is, but won't tell us till we prove we're good doobies and close the rift and then kill Venomfang or defeat him and chase him off. And the one thing we discovered about Radoff, he's a terrible, terrible artist. He drew a picture of the Black Mask guys, and we realized it looked like Rick from Rick and Morty. So there was everything that brings up to date, and we have just.
Well, I have a point of clarification there, Ullrick.
That's everything I remember. That's how I remember it.
No. I think I'm in the Book of Glory, not the Book of Grudges. I did two things. Number one, I made it sure that your brother has to walk, and number two, I got rid of that villain that kept on pooping in your satchel.
True, you are out of the Book of Grudges.
I am in the Book of Glory. Yes, I think you should be celebrated there, friend.
That's Dwarf. 2 pluses for sure, hands down.
Excellent summary there.
That was really good.
Joe. And largely correct, which is very good. At the moment, you are
75%.
Yes. At the moment, you are all inside a small, one of the few, or apparently only building you've discovered so far that looks largely intact. And when Radoff signaled to all of you saying, "Fly, you fools, fly," because we had an obligatory Lord of the Rings reference in there last episode, he lured you down to this building or gestured down to this building. And it does seem to be reasonably well built. The doors and windows look a little fortified. And as you were going in, you noticed that he moved around some druidic sort of charms or wards or something. And I believe last time that Thrall sort of sussed out that it was some sort of like pass without trace sort of hidden situation going on in the building so that it would be difficult for anybody who's on the outside to really suspect there's anyone in here. So you're feeling relatively safe. And when you gathered in here is when you decided to sort of bunk up for a little bit. Radoff kind of laid down everything Joe shared. And he also offered, I believe also Thrall, you sort of agreed for the group to do this thing of going and closing the Dark Fae Rift, and with hopes that it would also make it easier to drive the dragon off, under the condition that the druid would lead you to the other side of town, where apparently the way to go to the rift is. Because I think you were kind of thinking that maybe he knew the way around the town and could avoid some.
Well, he was we had asked him to stop at that alchemy/herbal workshop on the way to the rift, and then he could
necklace.
Yes,
so
because the ladies you rescued back in.
The ladies wanted us to get.
Yes,
I'm hoping it's a emerald amulet of green dragon control, and then we don't have to go to the rift. But hey, you never know.
I have another request for this fine druid. I know he's keeping secrets for the Emerald Enclave, but that's his business.
He did mention the Emerald Enclave and passively you're all getting ready to bunk down for the night.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he has the resources to permanently enshrine this building in disguise and subterfuge. But if he would be so kind to animals and rescue whatever remaining ponies that might survive the dragon's hunger, that would be very kind.
Make a persuasion check there. He looks a little concerned about going out near the dragon right now.
Well, we were all going to wait till, the dragon was done feeding and then,
Oh yeah, but
sure.
So you want him to go out while you're all going to rest? You want him to go out?
We were going to do. I think we decided we're going to do a long rest because it gives it a longer time for the dragon to fall asleep.
Got it.
And then we were going to proceed. So hopefully we've done our long rest and we're ready to head out. And I think Pyric is just asking him to, when he gets a chance, to take a look at it.
Yeah,
when Scott out
near the end of your rest. The dragon down.
Yeah, we'll start with a classic Pyric roll. Wait a second. I'm feeling lucky tonight. Oh yeah. Okay. This is just going to be tops. Yep.
Oh yeah. You betcha, but no, we're not going to be going out. He rolled a natural one.
That's a 0. That's a big
roll a 0.
So Pyric rolls a natural one, attempting to persuade the druid to go near the dragon's apparent lair and investigate the horses.
I think he politely said hell to the no.
Yeah. And also, Pyric, you earned this card that I just put on the tabletop there, which is a red card, which means I can play it.
I'm not seeing the card, Russ.
Oh, you're not?
Oh, because it's not to me. Never mind. But I'm showing.
I don't see it either.
Oh, it's not showing up there? It should be there. Hang on a second.
Maybe it's only for Pyric?
Oh, but Russ, don't I get a point of inspiration for calling the one?
Tell you what, because you called it, I will not give you the card. How's that?
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
All right, no problem. It feels like a rough way to start the night off there. We'll do that for you.
Oh, no. This is what I expected. Did you know in another world it's 2020?
Yeah, it turns out. All right, so the druid's like, nah, I feel like the dragon just fed. I know it's been a few hours, but I just feel like it'd be a bad time to go anywhere near his lair or his potential food sources. So I'm not really comfortable. And actually, when you were trying to convince him, there was this like tremor of fear in your voice, like abject terror to go out there because you just couldn't bring yourself to in any kind of realistic way explain why you wouldn't do it yourself.
I'm a coward. He must have picked up on that.
Yeah, he picked up on that.
That's fine. Somebody filled me with heroism, and now I know exactly the full extent of my cowardice, and that existential crisis will be with me for the rest of my elven life. Thank you there, Cowlick.
I was just thinking that if him and Cost was here, he could actually help us by animating the ponies and horses.
Oh, yeah, we could do undead ponies. Will the dwarves let us?
Probably not.
Oh, no.
Russ, before we head out, Euphemia does want to do one thing.
All right, Euphemia, what would you like to do?
It's a simple thing. Euphemia is going to wake up an hour before the long rest is over, and she believes she saw some boysenberries around the hut and surrounding areas. She's going to collect some boysenberries for the morning breakfast.
All right, nice. All right, that seems reasonable. Why don't you make an early morning before anybody's up? Although, who's on last watch?
Well, we did watches, so it'd be Pyric and it could have been Pyric and Euphemia. Normally, she's a middle watch, but
okay. Well, she's going to wait till the very end. She said so. It'll be the last watch. So Karlek's last watch, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So normally it's Pyric and me, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Is it perception?
Somewhere it's written down. I can't remember where.
Yeah. Well, I had the marching order. I didn't know if it's the same as your watch order.
Nope.
No. So
sneaking past Calic, is that right?
Was that for you sneaking out, or was that for?
No, that was just to see if I find a good assortment of boysenberries. I tell Karlek, I say, I'm just going to go out. I'm not going to go far. I'm going to get some boysenberries. We're having iron cut oatmeal. I want some fresh fruit. I believe we have some goat's milk. And then, assuming I find all that, Russ, I'll start cooking it up over the large cook pot over the fire so that they awake into a warm meal.
Yeah, the good news is you do find those things, but I also need you to make a stealth check while you're out there.
If you're going to get the boysenberries, get the horses too.
To see if anybody notices you.
I will look for the horses.
I'm sleeping, so I can't tell you to avoid the spiders.
There you go. Nice. So he rolls a 19 on his stealth check. So, Euphemia, how far up are you going to go? Why don't you go move?
I'm only going like 50 yards around in a circumference around that house, Russ.
All right.
50 yards is a long way around that house.
Yeah.
That's 150 feet.
50
That's
yards. Why don't you move your model so you can? Here's the thing. You see that there are where I'm pinging right now. There are some boysenberry bushes right in that area.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. That's
the horses, though. You got to go a little farther north to check on the status of the horses.
Nope. I'm only if there was a horse grazing there, I'll grab its reins. If not, I'm good.
Yeah.
So the horses are being grazed right now.
You can't see that farther. You'd have to go north more to see that spot.
I'm not going north. I'm staying right there.
So you do, with this short little adventure and being very nimble and stealthy, thanks to that roll, you do get out there, find some great berries, including the sometimes elusive boysenberry, and manage to get all that into your pouch.
Great.
And sneak back into the hut without any consternation.
All right.
So take a point of inspiration for a good breakfast.
Sure will.
Do I see her come back with fresh fruit?
You're awake in the last watch, right?
Yeah, I'm always first. I'm first.
You're never really
watch.
truly asleep because you're an elf, right? So
yeah, I'm first.
He only has
watch.
to sleep the 4 hours in between.
Yeah. So you'd see the halfling come back in because he's got to come through the door, or she's got to come through the door.
Good morning, Eric.
Yeah, blackberries are particularly delicious. This whole area is covered in. Maybe we should ask the druid if number one, it's probably his stash, or number two, because he's probably growing them without corruption, or number two, they are highly infused with wild and chaotic magics. I'm very excited to see what that does to the dwarves, Euphemia.
Do you mean bayberries?
I just know that classically, if you take such a magic crazy region and you're the food sources in it. By the way, did I talk about the importance of the peasantry in the whole hierarchy of adventuring?
As a matter of fact, you did, Pyric, and these are some really plump boysenberries. Hey, go get who's in charge? Is it dwarf major or dwarf minor?
Who's currently dwarf major? Oh, I think it's the brave one is currently dwarf major, not the summoner of dragons.
Go get dwarf minor. Tell him we need goat's milk for the oatmeal.
Okay. Well, he's already up. Where are you keeping watch, John?
Oh, I'm not up. It sounds like it was you and Calic on the third watch.
You go wake him up. It's time to get up.
Normally it's me and you, but it sounds like Russ was saying it was you and Calic. So
okay.
I was on the first watch with you.
Me.
And then it was Euphemia and Thrall in the middle watch.
I'm just looking at the marching order. I don't
Ullrick,
have a
not
watch
Thrall.
Okay, so
I'm ready to get up and go.
Like Euphemia, do you want him to turn into a goat and milk him? You can't milk male goats. It's not really milk.
No, tell Thrall to go get the goat, and we gotta get moving.
And the horses. Tell Thrall to get the horses.
No, that's too far.
Am I awake yet, Russ?
Yeah,
you guys are all about. It's time to get up. You're all waking up. You're all feeling refreshed.
Right off.
Everybody gets a long rest. Full hit points. Your spell slots are back.
I eat some rations. I have some gorp.
You're not going to eat the hot oatmeal, Fro?
I'm eating his oatmeal. I got his portion.
All right, I give you his portion.
I'll put some pebbles in his food.
All right, sounds good.
So right off,
extra milk and cowlicks.
Right off, show us the.
Right off. By the way, the druid right off sees you cooking the oatmeal, and he says, "Oh, is that one of your aunt's recipes?"
It is. It is. Would you like
some? Bowl. Normally, you wouldn't want to eat any of the fruit in this region, but my protective wards do keep nature really reasonably natural within a few hundred feet of my house. So,
well, these
reasonably. So some of those could be blackberries.
These oats were from home, but I did thank you for the boysenberries. You can eat the dwarf minors. He doesn't want his. You can have two servings.
Oh,
no! I get the second serving.
Never mind. It's spoken for.
Paladins are so generous.
Not
I'll give him half of the second serving.
Right off is happy with one serving. He's a druid. He doesn't eat much.
Okay, good.
So he seems to really enjoy it, though.
I'm very defensive of my cooking from Euphemia.
And he looks at the boysenberries a bit before he takes a bite, but he seems to deem them okay and woofs them.
Great off. Are we going to use this side door here where I'm pinging?
Yes, we'll want to be going due east, he said.
Getting the sense the dwarf miner wants to go. Come on, let's go, everybody. Pack up.
I'm still eating breakfast.
So Joe, take a point of inspiration for disagreeing with your brother, and the druid starts to. He says, "If you give me a moment, I can prepare a spell that will make it allow us to travel virtually unseen to the eastern side of the village. Now, the normal entrance
it'd be almost like we'd be passing without trace.
Almost like, very similar to that, yes. And when we get there, it's going to appear like it's just it's a hedge wall, but actually I've masked the entrance to this to what was formerly known as we used to call it the Wreath, which was a very special place of natural wonder. And folks from all around the region used to come to visit it and pay homage. In fact, I think I may have mentioned that about 50 years ago, this whole village was wiped out by an eruption. But about five years ago or so, they started to try to build back up. And as visitors started coming back to this really amazing natural wonder, what people would pray at and worship at. But unfortunately, when the rift opened, it really caused all kinds of problems. And so I put it behind a veil so it doesn't look like there's an entrance there anymore to try to keep the visitors away. So I'll open that up for you when we get nearer there as well. And as I mentioned, I'm not going to go into the Wreath, but I can get you to the entrance.
And we're going by the herbalist shop on the way out, right?
Yes, I'll take you by the little shop over there.
First, Pyrick and I want to role play washing dishes.
Okay.
I'm going to take my time.
Why don't
First,
you
I raise up the
taking your
plate,
morning constitutional
and then, and then I'm going to start clockwise. And then I'm going to go
on the role of Dave Farr.
Soap on, soap off.
And then I'm going to think about various sage-like activities that happened back.
All right, time to go. Let's go, Pyrick.
I sing a song about dwarves putting dishes together and people being afraid they're going to chip the plates.
Oh, a second Lord of the Rings reference. Excellent. Okay. The druid casts stands near the eastern door there, and he begins to prepare and cast some sort of spell. And when he does this, there's sort of this light mist that starts to gather in the room, and he says, stay with me. I'm going to take squirrel form to be even less recognizable, so I won't be able to communicate, but just keep close and follow me.
Honestly, I didn't recognize you.
Try to stay quiet, and I recommend no more loud spells.
You hear that, Cowlick?
He moves to here.
What's that?
Oh, great.
And
damn. Yes,
I got to move you out through the doorway here because you can't go through doorways on your own. So I'll move you out. Here we go. You can arrange yourselves as you see fit. Now, the building down here, this one just down south of where the druid is, that one's also a ruin. Looks like it might once have been a farmhouse. It's now about half swallowed by dense thicket with trees growing up through its ruined foundations. The lane continues south a short distance, passing the ruin, and then there's an overgrown field down there. So it looks like that might have been a farmhouse at one point. But the druid doesn't go that way. He heads in sort of a strange motion that you're all kind of used to because you've seen Thrall do it a couple times. He just sort of all of a sudden nearly instantly transforms into a small gray squirrel and starts to bound down the path. And again, this sort of light mist, which is seems to be over all of you, is sort of moving with you as you all move forward. And you do happen to notice as you're walking in the path, as the squirrel's hopping down the path, you're leaving no footprints and no marks at all in the path as you move along. The druid gets up to this corner up here and starts to turn right. Go ahead and move yourselves in sort of a reasonable order there to where you want to be.
I am very close to the druid because this is not the first time I chased after a man's furry tail.
Okay. Now, if you look to your left, it's now sort of early morning after a nice night's sleep. The way you're not going to the left, you can see a dead, mostly eaten horse on the path up there. And that was where, of course, yes, nice ping there. That was where the dragon feasted on the first of several offerings. No sign of the dragon now.
I knew him well.
Good. As you get a little farther down the road here, so the druid continues to hop down the road as a squirrel. So he's kind of bounding along as a little squirrel down the road, not going too fast. He gets to here. Go ahead and move yourselves up there.
Get out of my square, dwarf.
That was Pyrick.
All right.
I made it very clear how good I am at this.
I just want to know.
Next time we have to sacrifice one of our party to a dragon, can we sacrifice Ullrick?
Well, I don't think that's nice.
They just want the most useless ones.
But the dragon, we so busy trying to pry him out of the armor, we would have even more
I try
time.
not to engage, which is very hard.
Brother, if you're such a good druid, why
because
can't
they're
you-
very loud, and we were told to be quiet, and I'm a coward.
So the squirrel does two things at this point. So it gets to right about here. Okay, so you see where the druid got to?
Yep.
So he moves a few steps ahead, and he starts making some interesting gestures while sitting on his hind legs. First of all, he points twice at the building just to the south. Okay. And the building just to the south does, in fact, look like a ruined store. And it looks like there's at this big intersection, you kind of tell it's going to be an intersection of a lot of different old streets in the town here. There's a narrow lane winding up the steep hillside to the north towards that tower where the dragon came out of. I mean, directly to the south is this ruined building that might have been a store, maybe a workshop. Now, webs are stretching across the lane from the building to the trees on the north side of the road. So right here, right where I'm drawing here, it's all webs all the way across here. Now, down to the south, where one of the dwarves seems to have started walking. So is that
that's the smart dwarf.
That's got to be Ullrick. Yes. So Ullrick, did you go in there? So the squirrel was gesturing at the building and then shaking his head as Ullrick started to walk right in. So Ullrick, the good news is this room is just full. I mean, just full of spider webs, just chock full of spider webs. It looked like the squirrel was about to lead all of you through the spider webs across the road in sort of a very sort of strategic way to kind of avoid getting stuck. But no, Ullrick stepped right into the building. Ullrick, I need you to make a dexterity check as you enter there to avoid getting stuck in the webs.
You know it, baby. 2.
Okay, so you've rolled a 2. So that is what we call a failure. Technical term, Dungeons and Dragons. It's on page 15 of the Dungeon Master Guide. And so you have failed to pass your dexterity check. So in doing so, you are now stuck. So you're kind of going in there, and you thought they were just sort of like small spider webs you could brush aside, and you sort of start to brush them, and then you realize your one arm is sort of stuck in the web. So you brush it with the other hand, and then you realize your other hand is stuck in the web, and then you figure you'll kick them with your legs. But because you rolled a 2, moments later, Ullrick is literally like almost like drawn in quarter formation, just stuck in the webs, hanging over the doorway up there.
It's another Lord of the Rings reference. That's Frodo.
Yes, exactly. I
anticipated this.
The squirrel somehow, you've never seen a squirrel do this, but the squirrel actually executes a perfect face palm. Just
I expected this to happen. I have been interacting with the.
Yeah, in Joe's defense as a player, if the squirrel had just kept moving and not pointed at the building, nobody would have gone into it. But he was apparently pointing at us to tell us not to go into it, which is asinine.
Yeah, he was trying to, but again, you got to wait for the full diatribe.
He could have just walked.
Much like Joe never reads the second paragraph.
He knows we're looking for a building, and so he points at a building and then says, "Don't go there."
Right. And anyway, so the overexuberant dwarf is now tangled in a spider web.
I expected this.
Pyric, you're the closest. Would you make a perception check? And Joe, you can also make a perception check, but with disadvantage because you're at this point your helmet's getting stuck in the stuff and you're having a little trouble moving.
Perception disadvantage. Got it. So two rolls. Take the worst. 1, 2. 14 is the lowest.
That's pretty good.
I'm a perceptive dwarf.
Yeah, you know what's up now. Might have been good a couple seconds ago. John, Pyric, how'd you do in your perception?
I got a 15.
Pretty good.
All right, so here's the good news. So the good news is everybody sees what's coming here, which is from the ceiling right above Ullrick, a very large, very, very large. I don't know if you guys can see
Russ,
this.
I'm not sure we can see their hit points.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. I'll take care of that in a minute. A very large, there we go. Are the hit points gone now? on that one?
Yes. One is. The other is not.
Hang on with that. We gotta hide. Not that it matters because you can see their hit points now.
Oh,
Don't worry. They're very
also, by the way,
spiders.
Russ. By the way, Doc figured out Doc maybe and Ray figured out the whole Inish thing. All you have to do before you roll Inish is click on your token.
To do what?
It goes
If
right
you
in
want Inish to end up in the Inish thing.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
your
for your player. Yeah.
You have to click on your token so your token's active with all that stuff around it, and then roll, and then it works.
Oh, nice. Perfect. Yeah, on the monsters, you just got to double click on their name. But yeah, it works too. Cool. That's awesome. So speaking of Inish, let me clear out the Inish tracker because it's time for
before
new
you
Inish
roll
round.
Inish, everybody, just make sure your token is activated. You're like clicked on it and it has all the symbols around it, you know?
All right, I'm going to roll Inish. So there's this giant spider coming down from the ceiling right above Ullrick, and then there's another one coming around the corner over there as well that you can see through the part of the.
Russ, did I avoid surprise or get an advantage for making my check? I never make these checks.
The good news is, the good news is you helped everyone avoid surprise by looking shocked and astonished, and so there's no surprise round. That's the good news. All right, everybody rolled. Nice job, party, getting your initiatives in the tracker there. Nice job. Let me roll.
That'd be my win for low rolls in general, but I haven't rolled a good Inish in like 4 sessions.
I need Pyric to roll Inish.
I'm trying.
All right. So, the winner of the initiative round was actually Karluk.
Yeah.
So Karluk, you see this situation unfolding. There's also some cracks in the wall, so you can actually see there's a second spider in another half of this old store here. And it also looks like it's sensing the vibrations in the web, the subtle motions of a dwarf going, ugh! And it seems to be moving also.
I am feeling very brave, so I'm going to cast Thunder Wave.
No, they said no Thunder Wave.
It does rhyme, to be fair.
Rhyme though, yeah.
It does. It does rhyme.
I'll take the spiders. You get the dragon.
Ullrick from the webs. Can I rip Ullrick out of the webs with an action or something, or no?
Yeah, you could try to assist him in escaping the webs by pulling on him. So he will need a strength check to succeed, and you could be helping him. So if are you gonna move into position to assist him when it's his initiative? He'll have to do it. But the good news is he's going pretty soon. The only guy going before him is a giant spider.
Hopefully,
I use my athletics, Russ, to break out. Can I use strength?
You can use athletics. Yes, in fact, that's actually the rule. Believe it or not, athletics check. So was that?
I didn't call it though.
Yeah, Doc. So you don't roll. You're just going to give Joe advantage.
Oh, okay, cool.
But you're getting. Is there anything else you want to do? Is you're moving up? You're going to be doing assisting, pulling him out of the web. Anything else? That's pretty good.
Yeah, with my jest about Thunder Wave, I'm going to Bardic Inspiration Thrall with that joke.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
So
I'll take care of my symbol.
Well, thank you, Thrall. Give yourself a little juju there. And so the giant spider that is literally right on top of you. Oh, you know why you could see it? Because I accidentally used your spider form.
Oh.
That's why. Anyway, it's right on top of you there, and it's going to
That's
attack.
my cool spider form.
Yeah, look at that. It's going to attack you, Joe, and unfortunately for you, he's going to have advantage because you are tangled up in his web.
Yep.
So here comes his attack roll, and he gets a not a real great roll there. It's going to be a 17. What's your armor class?
18.
All right, he can't get through. You know, it's well packed can dwarf, and he can't get through there.
That's solid armor, baby. I look at my brother. That's how it's done. That's why you wear it.
Yeah, his teeth deflect.
Well, you have to wear it because you keep walking into spider webs.
All right. Speaking of walking into spider webs, Ullrick, it's your turn, and the mighty Minotaur is attempting to help you. So if you want to try to free yourself, it's an athletics check, and you have advantage thanks to.
All right, so I'm going to roll it twice. There's first roll. There's a second roll. I got a 17 on my second roll. Does that break out of the webs?
You do. You have ripped yourself free of the webs, and you are no longer restrained.
All right.
So go ahead and remove the token from yourself there.
Yeah.
And what would you like to do? You still have movement, and if you have any bonus actions you can pull out, you can go for that too.
I don't want to waste my bonus actions on a little spider here. So I am going to move. I can move here, correct? And not going to do an attack of opportunity?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine being there.
So I'm going to move there to get out of the webs and thus laying the
And don't forget where you've moved. The webs stretch from the building all the way across the street there, so they're actually all in.
Oh, yeah, so they just so I'm clear, the web stretch this length here?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to draw.
Okay.
I'm going to draw.
I'm going to move to there then. Stay out of the webs. So this is not an herbalist shop is what I'm thinking, right?
Apparently not.
Well, I mean, it could be, but it doesn't look like an herbalist shop. Joe, what was your perception roll when you made it?
You had a 14.
I disadvantage. I got a 14.
All right. Well, I will tell you this, because given your penchant for finding little bits of loot, as you were looking around, you weren't really looking for a giant spider. Actually, the reason you went in, even though the squirrel was kind of gesturing not to, you noticed that in the back corner of the building, down here, where you're pinging,
Joe, it's a trap. It's a trap, Joe.
I got it.
There's a corpse of an unfortunate adventurer all cocooned up in spider silk. And it looks like it's a little bit shriveled, probably been sucked pretty dry. But it's got kind of, from where you were, because you rolled pretty well, it's kind of, it's got some studded leather, a short sword, a little potion around its neck, belt pouch. You know, there could be something a dwarf that likes to look for things in the bottom of wells could find valuable there.
This was mine.
So good job, Ullrick, freeing yourself there with the help of the Minotaur. It's time for giant spider number 2, who he's actually going to, these walls are partly crumbled. They're very tall, but these spiders are also quite tall. So he just kind of walks up and over the wall because he's got like spider climb type situation. And he gets over there and he sees there's this really soft and juicy little halfling that looks really well fed from breakfast. So it's going to attack you there, Euphemia. Here comes the spider attack. Ooh, that seems like a pretty good roll. The spider rolls a 17 with its bonus. That's going to be over 20. So I'm going to assume that's going to be a hit there.
It hits, yep.
All right. So it's going to do, first you're going to take some piercing damage. It's going to do D8 piercing damage with +3. So you're going to take, it rolls max damage. That's a little rough. So you're going to take 11 points of damage from its bite.
Noted.
Now you've got to make a constitution saving throw because you feel this sort of like burning sensation as the fangs get between some plates in your or a little bit of your armor. Ooh, you roll a natural 2. What's your constitution bonus? Or do halflings have any special resistance to poison?
They do not.
No, that would be the dwarves.
That'd be us.
Whoops.
We get resistance and we get advantage.
Do you want to add? Oh, you can't. That doesn't work for that. Never mind. So instead, you're going to take some poison damage as well. And you're going to take 2d8 poison damage.
Oh.
So that's going to be another 12 points of poison damage, Euphemia. How you feeling?
Okay, this is what happens. Euphemia was sighting down her bow at the spider that attacked Ullrick. And then suddenly, as she gets sprung upon, she just sort of calmly looks down at these 2 giant piercings appear in her torso, and a huge amount of blood comes rushing out, and she collapses. Unconscious and bleeding.
Oh, that seems very bad. So, as was determined last session, it sounds like the fearless leader is down due to a spider bite.
Yep.
Pyric, that sounds like Euphemia. That sounds like an allergic reaction you had there. So I'm sure it's going to be fine. Pyric, you're up.
Put some dirt on it.
I am obviously not an elf of few words. And I always expected this party to eventually grow out of their impetuous nature to go rushing forward away from the ponies and all this other unprepared stuff. And so I start mentally in the back of my head, start on the diatribe for this lecture that I will give them in 10 years after we have 14 more of these episodes happen. hopefully Euphemia will be there to enjoy this lecture. But in the short term, Euphemia has always been my priority. I don't think she's dead yet, so I'm not going to go fully ballistic.
Looks bad, though. Looks bad.
Yeah.
Good description. By the way, Ray, take a point of inspiration as you're struggling on the end of spider bangs for your excellent description of your own potential
All
demise.
right. Who needs one? I can toss it.
I need one.
All right,
I always
Pyric.
need
You
one.
could use it to give yourself a hit point, or can you not do that when you're unconscious?
Well, since he used it afterwards, yeah, yeah.
I have one.
Have one what? A point of inspiration? Yeah, you could. You can use a point of inspiration to heal one hit point. That's a thing.
But is it during my turn?
Yeah, it is during your turn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could use it in place of a death save to be like, oh my God, Euphemia recovered.
All right.
But it's not your turn yet.
I toss it to Pyric, the inspiration.
Pyric, give the point of inspiration.
That's
By the way, for
awesome.
those listening, the whole
because
inspiration is
Euphemia's
healing
down.
thing is a me rule. That's not a core D&D rule.
Okay.
All right, Pyric, what do you want to do?
Oh yeah. As I was saying, I'm worried about unconscious Euphemia being able to survive the atmospheric effects of anything that I would normally do, which is burn this all to the ground so that I could later cover myself in the ashes gleefully. But that's also internal. There's a lot of internal things going on. You can see these in my face if you've ever seen that. But instead, I summon the northern lights into the edge of the tip of my staff, and then I pointed at the spider that struck down Euphemia, and I caused those glaring lights to fly in the eyes of the spider, effectively casting magic missile.
All right, and which spider? The one that just hit Euphemia?
Yeah, she's my priority. That's
all right, you don't need to roll to hit because magic missile. You just
That's
roll
why it's my jam.
Yeah, it is.
How many of these do I roll?
You have three.
Yeah, I think at your level you're getting 3 of those bad boys.
All right.
Unless you want to cast it as a second level, but I wouldn't recommend that. But you could.
Let's do that, and then I'm going to go
What's
like
cool about
this.
5th edition is you can use larger level slots for greater magical.
Did it roll or did it not roll?
No, you put up mage armor.
Oh,
Yeah, you put
I
up
hit the
major.
wrong button.
Just go ahead and roll the
Oops.
dice. You're fine.
I'm going to try
Don't
to
do the
roll
math
these
on
dice, and they are fighting me every way, shape, or form. Today's not my day for
That
the.
happens.
Today's not my day for the interface. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a good roll.
Well, you also have plus 3 more to that, so it's 8 damage.
8 damage to the spider. As you all might suspect, due to some technical error earlier by the dungeon master, he is not bloodied, but he does take some damage. The magic missiles definitely make him a little upset, and he's sort of like, based on Euphemia's description, she was sort of stuck in his fangs, but the blast makes him sort of drop her to the ground, and she's lying much like a hobbit, Baggins under a giant spider, just out and looking very peaked and weak and in bad shape. Speaking of peaked, weak, and bad shape, Euphemia, it's your turn. What are you going to do?
Euphemia doesn't even move. She just lies there like a rag doll.
You got to make a death save.
Now, you're going to make a death save, or you could use your point of inspiration to just have a hit point back and just pretend you're dead if you want. That's also an option.
I take my inspiration, and I am at 0.
Oh, you never go below 0, really, so you're just at 0. So spending the 1's going to put you at
There's
1
no
hit
more
point.
negative hit points like in the old.
Yeah, there's no negative hit points. The only bad thing that happens is if you take double your hit points from 1 hit of damage, you die, right?
Okay.
But that didn't happen. So
yeah, that's a lot too.
It's hard. I mean, it can happen. You don't mess with a god or something, or maybe a large dragon.
Okay.
But you're still, so you can fake dead now. You can run for it, whatever you want to do.
Oh, I will.
But be careful. Don't give a
exit.
free strike up. Although you have disengaged.
Disengage is a cunning action.
Yeah,
I have
you're
disengaged, so I will go. I'm thinking.
Well, it's half your movement to stand up too, so don't forget that.
Okay, well, I'm only going to go to here, I think.
Now, careful. All those squiggles on the map are spider webs. So.
I only have 1 hit point, right?
Yeah,
I'm going to go.
Yeah,
to
you're
here.
in bad shape.
I'm going to go here and hide.
Oh, nice. Okay. Make a hide check while you do all that. And a stealth check. Nice job. Just kind of want to see where you are. You're not feeling, you feel like she rolls a natural 2. So we're kind of feeling like there's a blood trail going on as you're trying to hide.
For those listening at home, those darn 2s are killing me because I don't get resistant to poison. But as a halfling, if I rolled a 1, I could re-roll it. So those darn 2s are killing me. And I used my inspiration, so I can't use it again.
Oh, okay. I misread something, but because you used your, it was actually very good that you used your inspiration to heal yourself, because basically, if the poison reduces you to 0 hit points, you stay poisoned and paralyzed for an hour. So that was really good. So you're okay. So basically, through an act of heroism, you were able to overcome your failed saving throw, and sort of semi-survive there. So nicely done.
Okay.
All right.
I'll take it.
And that's why I like using inspiration that way, because it kind of gives you like hero points from the role-playing games.
Yeah, that's nice.
All right. Thrall, you're up.
All right. I'm going to need a spider token.
You're going to spider up with spiders? Okay.
Yeah, so as a bonus action, I turn into a spider.
And I'm going to use a different spider token for you so that we don't get confused. All right. Animal forms.
Oh, yeah. I'll let you move me because of visual stuff.
Here we go.
You're bloated.
All right, Thrall. Where do you want to put that bad boy? You can put it anywhere now.
All right. I'm going to step over and protect Euphemia.
All right.
And then I'm going to... we're going to see if spiders are resistant to their own poison.
All right.
Don't think they are, according to this thing here, but we'll find out.
No, there is. What's interesting is there's no damage immunity of poison for
under the spider,
even resistance. So it turns out that spiders can be killed by other spiders.
Attempt to bite the spider.
You have to hit.
I got a 18.
That is a hit on the on said giant spider.
All right. Oh, that's too much damage.
It's not 3d8 damage. No,
yeah,
no.
I just pushed.
Euphemia would have died of double damage there.
Yeah, all I did was click the bite, and it did all that craziness.
Yeah,
so, anyway.
that I know that doesn't work. The damage rolls don't work.
Though.
So I'll just roll the other thing without it. So 1d8.
No, it tells you it's 10 piercing plus 16 poison is what it says.
Yeah, but oh yeah, so it did the poison automatically, Russ. That's what happened.
Oh, I see.
So that's why I rolled 3d8. So
right.
So now you
get the poison save. So here comes its save.
Yeah, so make it. Oh, so it's exactly right. So that's right.
It's the 11.
Oh, it rolled a natural 19.
Save, right?
So it manages to resist the save, or it takes half damage. So what was the total damage?
Or half as much damage. So it takes 10 points of piercing damage and 8 points of poison.
Ooh, it takes 18 damage, which is just enough, and it just shrivels up and
you
dies.
Guys also, you notice by now, so one of the things I discussed with Russ, around the top knot of Thrall's head are 4 runic symbols. They're the different elements in Dwarven runes. And whenever he changes into one of his beasts, it's usually somewhere on his body. Usually it's on the forehead, on the bear, but now it's on the abdomen of the spider. So you can actually tell I'm a different spider.
Okay, got it.
That may not stop Ullrick from attacking me, but
So it's like a stamp tramp.
Yeah, it's a tramp stamp, exactly.
So these druidic symbols are there because you're not only a member of this party, but you're president of the Druid Society up here. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. Yes. Yeah. I'm not the president.
All right. Nice job, Thrall. Thrall protecting.
That's my turn. Oh, I have some movement left.
Go ahead.
So actually, I'm going to scamper up the building. So that's 1. What's my move actually with this bad boy? 30 feet climbing. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just kind of climbing along the top. Yeah. And I'm using my 10-foot blind sight that I have as a giant spider to see if there's any other spiders in the room.
The only other spider you can see or feel or sense is and you have web sense too, and you're able to use it because
and I can also walk on the webs without getting stuck to them.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see there's that other giant spider, the one that's on your brother, and that's it.
Okay, cool. I'm done. I'm finally done.
All right.
Okay, couple of things. Number one, I like a man who's all hands. And number two, we are now changing the designation of dwarf major and minor for your effective play and Joe's general incompetence. You are now been awarded, John, the title of dwarf major. Congratulations, dwarf major.
Wow, doesn't take much.
Oh, it does. He saved Euphemia's life and didn't endanger everybody. I think those are two
And
things.
killed a spider.
And killed a spider. I feel like that deserves the title. You are now dwarf major. Congratulations.
All right. And now it is Karlik's turn. What are you gonna do?
Let's see. This square just to the south of Ullrick, is there spider webs there?
Yes,
there is.
Yes. Pretty much every square inch of that building is covered in spider webs.
Okay. Now that death has been deferred, it is time for healing word.
Nice.
Word.
Ooh, take a point of inspiration for rhyming.
That's a good one.
Shall be done. D4. Here you go. Euphemia. Ooh, 6.
There you go,
points.
Euphemia. Plus 6 hit points.
Russ, I'm going to put my druid model in the building if that's cool.
All right, that's fine.
I'm gonna back up to kind of be closer to Euphemia there, hopefully giving him a little bit of cover. And then that was a bonus action for healing word. And I'm gonna toss a dagger at the spider.
All right, nice. Take a shot.
Inspiration. Using it.
Inspiration.
That'll give me an 18. Yep.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is you have a red DM card on your card there. I'm going to play the red card against you. You had bad luck left over from last game, which means you take minus D10 to a skill or attack roll.
Oh,
so you're going to have minus D10.
Roll a 1, Russ. You can do it. You can roll a 1. All right, you got to roll it, Russ, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Here comes the D10. You're going to lose 3. So
that puts me to a 15.
That is still a hit. Nicely done. You can also get rid of that red card, Karlik, by dragging it into the middle of the table there.
Nice. Oh, man. 8 damage with the dagger.
Nice. Wow, that's a hefty hit there. 8 damage with a dagger. That's pretty good.
Karlik flexes his bicep after that.
Yeah, you were like, thunk.
Is that a bison sep in your case there, Cowlick?
A minosep?
Yeah, minosep.
All right. Excellent. Okay, nice job there, Karlik. And now it is the giant spider's turn. He's going to he can't decide between the canned dwarf and the other spider, which doesn't sense.
Well, he may not know I'm a bad guy.
All right, good. We'll make an intelligence check for the spider. Here we go. His intelligence is -4. So if he fails this, and I'm going to say it's a DC 10 to not attack a can, but he fails with a -4. So he attacks the tin can again. Here he goes.
Win-win for all.
Rolling it. But he misses thanks to your mighty armor class there, dwarf. And he just really stands there because
I look back at Pyric. That's why you brought me around.
All right, Ullrick, you're up.
Oh, it's my turn. All right, so I'm going to do the typical smack with my hammer. There's no place I can move if I, for example, if I move here, I'm going to be in the webs, correct?
You move where? Give me a ping.
Right here.
Yeah, if you move 1 step to the right, you're going to be making checks to get stuck in webs.
All right, so let's just hit him. So straight up hit. Ready? Suck it. And 11.
That is a miss. The spider sidesteps.
All right. I laugh at him.
All right. Yep, you're earning your minor title here, and it's Pyric's turn.
Oh, have you ever seen a grown elf hide behind a squirrel? Because you're going to get a chance to.
Okay, so while you think to look over at the squirrel, you notice the squirrel is over there kind of gently and with some kind of skill moving the web around that's blocking the path. So there's going to be a way through there in a couple moments.
Oh, that's excellent. And that's great. And now, since these spiders have caused us so much problem because of Dwarf Minor, and because I can't drill a a power of the Nord into the back of the dwarf's head, that just wouldn't be civil.
Well, you can shoot through your allies though.
Oh, I know, but I wanted to shoot through my ally. My rage is really my rage. Euphemia went down. My rage is real, but and then yes, terrible spider creature. Feel the power of the Nord. Feel the power of the Nord.
Which Nordish spell are you using?
I'm going to use Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost. Okay, because you also have this cool new snowball spell. So
yeah, no, not yet. It's not time for that.
Yeah, okay.
Look at that, baby.
There's a nice
he rolls an 18, so that spider is going to be getting hit by the Ray of Frost there. No problem.
The power of the Nord.
Power of the Nord.
Yeah, he has to feel the power of the Nord, and it's going to be 1d8 plus 5. What is it? Or just 1d8?
Just click the Ray of Frost thing on the description.
The bottom.
Right under 60 feet. Click on Ray of Frost.
On a hit, it does 1d8 cold damage, and it reduces his speed by 10 feet. So I chill him out. I'm making that spider chill. All right, let me roll this die, and this is the damage. There's no damage bonus or modifier for this spell?
No, not for.
That's
3
okay.
points of damage.
Boop.
All right. The spider.
Chill, spider, chill.
Sorry.
Yeah. He's not bleeding yet, but he definitely looks like he's not happy. Euphemia.
Euphemia gets up on one knee.
Yeah, you're having trouble moving, so you're definitely not feeling very good because you should by all rights be completely paralyzed. So you're kind of at half. You're basically in the effects of slow because this is kind of messing with you.
That's actually what I was going to do. That's funny. You and I are on the same page. I was going to say she very wobbly gets to her knee, goes to take her short bow out, but she can't even pull the string back. So she's going to delay. And if the spider looks like it's going to kill one of my friends, I will use all of my effort to shoot my bow.
I like it. All right. Excellent. So Euphemia is trying to get back on her A game there. Thrall, what are you going to do?
I will creep along the wall and end up here. I can't see anything anymore, but there's no roof on this thing, right?
No, it's just you're behind a tree. Technically, there's
what's
happening.
So I can go there, though, right?
Yeah, I can move you to a spot where you can see both. Hang on.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, that works. And then I'm going to get a flanking bonus with my piercing jaws of goodness, and hopefully that'll help.
Okay, well, you rolled badly with the first time, so you're going to need that flanking
I got a
bonus.
13 is the best I got. Did that hit? But don't tell me. Actually, wait. Don't tell me if it hit. I'm going to use my inspiration.
All right, fair enough.
Bardic inspiration. So that's
Bardic inspiration, right?
Forgot I had that. So now I have a 15.
That's why. There you go. You hit.
Perfect.
The Bardic,
nice.
You remember that great song that Karlach was singing moments ago, and it just inspires you. Again, the Mighty Minotaur.
All right, so it did 11 piercing damage, and then he's got his poison save. Constitution.
He goes for his poison save, and
DC 11.
What's the poison save on that, John? Is it DC 10?
It's only 11, but I don't know what our Constitution's only a +1, so he fails.
So he fails. Aha! So what's the max damage?
He takes 24 points of damage.
Oh yeah, he's done. So he shrivels up right there, and that spider just.
I rip his abdomen in half and make sure that the goo sprays all in Ullrich's direction.
Pick up the corpse behind you. The corpse. Pick it up. The body.
I hold up one of my 8 claws and try to give him a middle claw, but I don't have enough fingers to do it.
You have to use like 4 claws together to kind of.
I'm gonna paint one of those on my shield.
All right. Okay.
Oh, and then with my movement, I'll go over and I'll taunt Ullrick with the corpse. I'll be like holding it like a yo-yo kind of thing.
All right. Yeah. So we're out of initiative there. You just killed the other spider. So it looks like the squirrel has sort of made a path through the webbing over there. Ullrick is yelling for Thrall to grab the body.
If we're out of rounds, Russ, I'll do a quick search to make sure there's no other valuable stuff here. And then
I very sternly look at Ullrick and I say, Ullrick, Euphemia is hurt.
Yeah.
Stop worrying about treasure.
I thought this was the herbalist shop. The scroll said that way.
That's not what I said.
Whatever. I go over. You okay, Euphemia?
You look at Euphemia. She's very
She
pale.
throws up on your boots.
Yeah, she's very weak. She can barely stand up out of the brush.
Oh, okay. I'll lay hands on you. 5 points of damage.
Wrong spell.
Well, if you use 5 points, you could remove poison too, can't you? Or is that not true? A condition.
Is she poisoned still?
She's
I don't
technically
know.
slowed because I modified it slightly. She should be poisoned for an hour, but I've slowed her for an
All
hour.
right.
I think
So 5 points of healing, 5 points of removed damage. So you get 5 points of healing, but you're no longer poisoned either.
All right. You
Nice.
do notice that.
So one of the things, just so for our listeners, one of the things paladins can do in 5th edition, if they use a group of 5 of their lay on hands, they can remove a condition off of somebody.
Oh, nice.
What do you mean, group of 5?
5 hit points.
So they have so many hit point pool. If they use a chunk of 5 of their hit point pool that they can lay on hands with, they can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right there on the screen now, but they can use it to remove one.
I can spend 5 hit points to heal and cure a target of 1 disease or neutralize 1 poison effect.
That's awesome. Pyric notices that even with the generous healing of both Cowlick and Ullrick, that she does not have that gleam in her eye, and she's very wobbly in her steps, and on top of that, she's very slow. She's breathing very heavily. Just for those that observe.
Perfect. All right. So Euphemia has been cured of all of her conditions. She's definitely she no longer looks bloodied, but she's not brimming as Rafe just described. She's still looking a bit peaked.
Yep.
Yes. Meanwhile, Thrall, as you're searching the what appears to be maybe an old general store, you do see the only thing that looks like it might have anything of value is this sort of shriveled up and wrapped up and well-webbed body.
Okay, I dragged the body out with me outside here.
Okay. So you come out dragging out the body.
And I toss it at the feet of Pyric, not Ullrick.
Ooh, Pyric. What are your thoughts on this, Pyric?
It does Euphemia seems like she's tended to.
You know what, Russ? I'll use my spider skills to unwrap it. I don't know if that works. You know how they wrap it with all their feet? I wonder if you
I feel like that's I think it's something of basic. That's not even a test. I think a spider can handle that. So yeah, you unwrap him and get him all.
I hold it up by one spring and spin it. So it's
unwrap this little package. It's a little gross. It's kind of like a mummy, and you see the inside of a mummy in a museum.
It's like a treasure pinata.
Yeah. Yeah, normally there'd be text to break this guy open and stuff, but I love the spider move. So, what you find in there basically is he's got a potion around his neck that several of you recognize as a potion of healing. So the party has a potion of healing. You guys can decide who's going to have that.
Well, I'll hand that to Pyric if he's near me.
I right now.
I hand it to Cowlick to hand to Euphemia.
Thank you. She needs it. What is
in
it?
addition to the
D8?
potion of healing, you also find that he's got a belt pouch which contains 23 gold pieces and 35 silver pieces.
I tossed that to Pyric.
Not a bad little haul.
Is it a D8, Russ?
Did you say he was in leather armor?
He is in studded leather armor, and he also has a short sword, neither of which are particularly fine quality, but they actually are in reasonable condition.
What am I wearing?
Russ, is a healing potion D8?
I know it's 2d4 plus 2.
There you go.
Oh, I could use that armor.
That's very good.
So you're welcome, everybody.
Euphemia thanks Cowlick and Ullrick and Pyric and Thrall for the combined efforts.
I'm gonna do my best with my 8 little spider hands to try to remove the studded leather armor from the creature.
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible, but I'm working as best I can.
I'm just going to increase the DC. I'm going to call this a DC 15 dexterity check. See if you can pull this.
Oh, well, dexterity's pretty good on a spider. So
I would think so. I mean,
Oops, I just closed my spider thing, I think.
Anybody write the gold down?
I did.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right.
As he's doing that, Russ, in this game, I know this isn't magic, but if it was magic armor, does it resize to the size, or do we each have to find our race's armor?
Some magic armor resizes, but all armor, most smiths, unless you're moving the armor up several sizes, most armorers or smiths can help you get armor to your size if you find something. So it's usually cheaper to have armor resized than to buy a whole new set.
Something happened with my spider form. I lost the knowledge on it. I don't know what happened, but it won't open for me. I can open up the other ones, but I can't open that one.
I got it. What are you trying to look for? Dex?
Yeah, I think is it plus 7 or it's only plus 3? Okay, so I just roll a straight 20 then, plus 3?
Roll a d20 and add 3. Tell me what you get.
Come on, baby. Get that studded.
Hey!
19.
Yeah, the giant spider works with some pretty good. The squirrel looks impressed, quite frankly. And you get the armor off there pretty well.
I'm just gonna whip it up into a those little cinch sacks the kids wear. Yeah. I'm gonna whip it into a webby cinch sack and throw it on my spider back for now.
Just like sticking on your back like Spider-Man's always doing.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man does with his clothes. Exactly.
Like, right in the back
I'm gonna
there.
slap that sucker right on my back.
Yeah, that's super cool. You're hip. Right below the tramp stamp, right?
Euphemia wants to ask Karlik a question too. Let me know when that's okay.
Now's fine.
Karlik, it's becoming apparent to me that I think I need something to give me better protections. Do you have any spells that are long-lasting? And now I've got this giant hole in my armor.
Let me see here. Here we go. This is just the thing. And he will cast heroism on you.
What size was that studded leather, Russ?
That'll last for 10 rounds.
Human size. So it would need a little resizing, but you might be able to make it work.
Well, I was thinking for Euphemia, too.
It's going to give you 3 temp HP every round. It's going to refill.
Holy cow.
Yep, and you're immune to being frightened.
How long does that last for?
1 minute.
Oh.
It's concentration up to 1 minute.
They don't stack. They don't stack, right?
Don't stack. No.
Right.
But it refills each round, though.
So 10 rounds?
Yep.
Yeah, so you basically, you can refill up to 4. That's pretty awesome, but you'd have to wait to combat to do it.
Yeah. Wait till then, Karlik. That sounds good.
All right.
Russ, I'm going to climb up on these webs here, since I can climb on webs, and look around and scout around.
All right. Excellent. So a couple things. So the squirrel made a hole for folks who aren't giant spiders. But you look out there and you see several different things all at once. So first of all, down to the south, I'm going to ping down here because you can kind of see a little bit around the corner here. You can see a wide chimney and rotted piles of firewood jumble outside the walls of this sagging building that suggests it might have once been a smithy. Then right across the street, right over here where I'm pinging right now, you can see a ruined shop that's cluttered with sagging storage shelves and broken furniture, shards of glass and pieces of pottery glint with bits of weeds and rubble next to the pottery with some rotted books and casks. John, make a I'm going to say an Arcana check. I'm checking your druidic lore here.
Is that Arcana or Nature?
Let's go with Nature.
Not that it matters as far as mechanically.
Not for you. Yeah, right. Nature seems better. How'd you do?
Yeah, that's a 7.
Now, you can't tell what the hell's up with that shop. All right. But you definitely see the shop. Also, you see up this way, where I'm pinging right now, up there, up to the left, you can see what looks like it might be a town square maybe up there, sort of like a central area up to the left there. And the squirrel at this point is kind of scuttered through, and he is gesturing from his new position towards the building that you couldn't tell what was going on with.
I wait for the end of the. I wait for the end of the gesture to see if he uses the head shake. No,
he does not. He just points at it,
okay.
And he takes a little seat right here in the middle of the intersection, and just points down
just
there.
Keep gesturing, stupid squirrel.
I'm gonna Is everybody keeping up? What's the rest of the group doing? I'm going to stay up
Euphemia's
high.
learned her lesson, and she knows to avoid that building.
So I'm going to say that. So Joe, you went through the gap that the squirrel made. Is that
Yes,
what you did?
yeah.
Okay.
We're
You can
going to
all
wait
take
for the rest
advantage
of the party
squirrel's
to
gap.
make it through.
You don't need
All
to
right,
make a
then
test.
I'm gonna go into stealth mode and scamper up on top of over here.
Where are you going?
Kind of keep an eye on my brother.
All right.
I'm like
All right.
clinging to the wall right now. ready for
Okay. After the cave-in, our next philanthropic endeavor will be called the Scampering Spider, because that's just, we can't let that go.
Can I take another move, Russ?
Hang on. So, yep. Okay.
Ooh, nat 20 on my stealth roll. Sweet.
Nice. So you get a card, and you're also moving like a freaking ninja. So, John, can you see that card? There you go.
Yes, I can see that.
Why don't you go ahead and right click and take possession of that thing? And all right. So right now you're seeing, Joe, you're getting close to this thing. It does look like why don't you make a nature check also there, Joe?
Nature?
Yeah.
That's I brought my brother along for.
Well, I know, but he's confused. How'd you do?
11.
Yeah, there you go. So didn't take much. You can tell based on the pots and things, this does look like a shop you've seen in some other towns, like an herbalist shop, maybe. Place that sells plants and herbs and seasonings and things.
Funny, he didn't know that.
He didn't figure that out.
I don't know about plants inside shops. That seems awful civilized.
Right. There's also some of this does look a little familiar to you because there's also looks like there's some reagents and and some concoctions and other things in there as well. So all kinds of nice little spell components and other stuff sort of hanging out in there. This does ring a bell as sort of like the kind of place that was described to you by that nice family that you rescued.
Russ, does this building have a roof on it?
Which one?
The one that
Thrall's Ullrick's in?
I mean, Ullrick is going into.
No, that's a mess. Very few.
Is there if I move again or no?
Yeah, you can go ahead and move, but kind of ping where you're going first before you move your guy.
Well, I'm gonna move here if that's cool.
All right, that's fine. Yep.
And peer over the wall.
I'm a little concerned.
Okay.
The women that we saved knew about this place, and this place has been buried for 50 years, and then there was a small group of people that showed up 5 years ago. Their story doesn't really make sense.
Gonna find out in a minute, aren't we?
Russ, I'm going to point with two of my little legs as I peer over, point to below the storage shelves.
All right. So, so Joe, as you start to investigate, directly below where the giant spider that is your brother is pointing, at this point, you've worked with them so long, you're used to them being these crazy animal forms, so it doesn't really mess with you too much.
No.
I'm going to drool on his head from above the wall, too, so it's like dripping on
You're
his
also
helmet.
used to that, quite frankly.
True.
You actually see that there is a gold necklace sort of under some dirt, under exactly where the giant spider that is your former brother was pointing. And it's this beautiful gold necklace with this fine emerald pendant. And your dwarven instincts, because you are driven by, let's just be honest, desire for lots of wealth. You're noticing that you feel like this thing could probably fetch about 200 gold pieces to the right buyer.
Oh, you mean it's worth less than the horses they let die?
Hey, I didn't feed him to a dragon.
It's about worth the same amount. I think horses are 50 gold a pop. Ponies are only like 25 gold.
Yeah, they're cheap.
What about the giant draft?
Though, he's worth.
But we're actually 25 gold up, I think.
I think that's like rations right now is what we're calling them.
How did Thrall know that's where that was? That's what Euphemia's beginning to wonder.
All right, so I'm going to grab
How did I know where it was?
Yeah.
Because I wrote down the note when the woman said it was under the office cabinet.
So I'm going to grab it.
John, take a point of inspiration for copious note-taking.
I will. Does anybody need inspiration?
Euphemia has taken this like analytical, investigational kind of bend to her development, and I'm going to engage her on such. I'm like, Euphemia, Do those women look like they were 50 some years old?
I
don't know. Humans are all look either very young or very old to me. So I don't even know. But did they look 50 years old to you?
I think they did. Now, out of character, Russ, I don't know if I can use my eye for detail retroactively. How do you want to do that?
Why don't you make a wisdom check to see if you remember exactly what she said? How's that? Since you did not take copious notes. How'd you do?
There's that dreaded 2 again.
Yeah, you don't remember really much about and they are humans, so you're not really remembering much exactly about the nature of these ladies.
I can't recall. I think that poison from the spider is just making me befuddled. I think I might need a drink of ale or something to clear my head.
Hey, squirrel, point to the direction we're supposed to go. The way we're supposed to go, not where we're not supposed to go.
So the squirrel looks at you and he starts going. He makes the no-go gesture, almost like the safe sign in baseball.
I already went there. Where are we going now?
And he points over right behind the building you were just in. He's shaking his head. He's saying no. He's saying definitely. And then he's nodding, and he's pointing up this road in this direction here. So he's pointing that way. And he starts to kind of hop a couple times as if to say, hey, follow me, sort of thing.
Okay. Hey,
I'm used to being ignored. So I guess I will just take this in stride.
You could do your elven age calculation and dwarven money. Horse money calculation later.
I have an inspiration to give out, so if somebody needs it.
I took it.
Oh, you took it. Okay, good. I didn't know you took it. Sorry.
I needed it.
Yeah, whoever needed it. I'm just going to follow up behind the group here as a spider.
Yeah, I'm going to stay
behind
Ullrick.
Russ, let me know when is it 3 hours? Let me double check. I think I can go for 3 hours now. Something silly crazy like that. Or maybe it's only one it's half your level, so it's still
in the region. The average human expectancy for this area is around 35 years or less. So those girls and their mother, who's sort of in around that age, we're looking at 3 generations of humans. Let's say they pass down this story. This is highly suspect.
It was there, though, wasn't it?
It was.
And so actions speak louder than words, my friend.
Yeah, like the actions of a dragon cultist.
True.
All right, so the squirrel hops a couple of other hops down the road here.
Counting man will clutch a straw.
You guys can go ahead and move your folks to where you want to head there following the druid.
I'm following squirrely.
Deppy, I have all the answers for you, but unfortunately, you don't understand spider. Concerning
Calyx.
Yeah, the spider's the only one that took copious notes, and he's in spider form.
Calyx a little bit worried about another ambush occurring, so I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts and just be scanning in 30 feet anybody with int 3 or higher.
Oh, you don't need a target? It just radiates thoughts? Oh, wow.
Yep.
You're getting surface thoughts from the spider?
I'm trying not to.
They're basically saying that they're thinking about how that heirloom was a generation heirloom from some previous family members.
No.
Calyx is trying to remember what you're talking about.
Calyx is now confused. Calyx, you have disadvantage on all mind reading checks because the spider's thoughts are just too damn confusing.
Yeah, and
feel any better, Calyx? You get absolutely 0 from the dwarf except for keep following squirrel. Keep following squirrel.
And I think you're at disadvantage because you keep getting Pirate's rant that he's going to give 10 years from now. You're picking up on that, too.
You also pick up the squirrel thinking, I can't believe they survived that situation.
Well, the problem with Pyric is you're getting multiple thoughts.
If you keep Ullrick, you'll get another thought saying, keep follow squirrel, keep follow squirrel.
Yeah, it's kind of like in those movies where you're hearing everybody's thoughts at once and you're like, I can't screen them out. That's what's happening right now. You're just getting overwhelmed by the party's thoughts at this point.
Daredevil, I need to jump in a dunk tank or something.
That's right. All right. So as the squirrel gets up to the edge of this larger area here, I'm going to ping where he is. John, you can scroll up a little if you want, because I think you can see up there. you'll notice you're entering what looks like it might have been a town square, and the lane opens up into a small little like town square area. Several ruined buildings surrounding the south side of the square, but a larger intact building. So up here where I'm pinging right now, there's this larger intact building to the north. Looks like it might have been a barracks at one point. And then the one lane leads to the southeast over here. One lane leads to the southwest where you're coming from. One lane goes straight north past the barracks. In the middle of the square where the star is a statue that's leaning slightly to one side, and the statue is cracked and broken, and parts of the statue are on the ground. But by glancing at it, you can tell it's a statue of a dragonborn. And on the base, it says Creve, Sword Coast Savior, Paladin Extraordinaire. And it's over there, and it's broken, and it's on the ground. And there's some ropes around the statue, and the ropes look relatively current. They're not like ancient or anything, and they're lying all around. They're partly tied around the middle of the statue. What would you like to do? The squirrel is making gestures, like little shushing gestures with his little squirrel lips, and squirrels actually have fingers and stuff. So he's able to make pretty cool human gestures.
So I got this right.
Yeah.
This is a statue of a paladin that recently has been pulled down.
It looks like it's been recently pulled down. Now the statue doesn't look like.
Are you still detecting thoughts? Because you're getting surface thoughts that the druid said the cultists were trying to pull down a statue.
Super excited because he actually remembered this.
Some parts, yeah. Carl's like, I know this one.
Well, you can claim it as your own. They're just my surface thoughts.
So the barracks look more recent, and the statue looks more recent. So you might be getting to the part of town that was sort of partly utilized as recently as 5 years ago. So the statue looks like it might be more recent than the original town. Like it's not that old, but then it also looks like it's been very recently pulled down. And the squirrel is starting to hop along. Again, every so couple hops, he turns around and it's like, and when he does this gesture of like shush, he's looking directly at Ullrick every time he does that. It's like, and then he starts hopping along, and he's heading to the east, which is a little bit weird because behind that ruined building over there, directly to the east, which I'm pinging right now, it looks like it's solid forest back there. It looks like there's any paths. The only paths look like in all the other directions out of here. It does not look like there's a path to the east.
Is it okay to climb on top of the building, Russ, or no?
What's that?
Is it okay to climb on top of the building?
When you say on top of the building, which building?
The one that's right next to Ullrick.
The one. Okay. So let me describe that building to you before you climb on top of it. So this building right to your south here is just also another wrecked building, no roof, one corner standing broken. And it looks like an old cottage that's just beaten up. Let me just make a quick roll here real quick.
Moving stealthily when I do it, though.
No. The squirrel's so focused on Ullrick, he doesn't see anything you're doing. So you're going to move on top of that building. Why don't you go ahead and make a stealth roll?
I just feel creepily crawling over it.
Yep. That's cool. Go for it.
Rafe, I hope you're taking good notes. I think you're going to have to be giving us a recap.
Oh, that's really good.
Point.
Okay, put yourself somewhere on that building, wherever you want to.
I just can't. My line of sight gets screwed up because it gives me inside of it. But
yeah. So you're on top of the building here. I'll move you a bit to the edge so you can see a little bit more using DM powers. All right.
I still can't see it though. What if I?
No, you can't. But other people.
I'll do this. Here they go. Now I can see. So I'm hanging onto the corner there. If that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's fine. You're being very Spider-Man. Or spider in this case. All right, so you're out there looking, and make a perception check there, Spider.
You get to use my perception, so that's cool.
Well, you got to use spider perception.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Is that a thing?
I get to use whatever's better.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to, although that didn't help me.
Oh, your perception sucks no matter what form you're in. So
you get to use whatever's better between when you have wisdom, charisma, and intelligence.
Hey, Rafe, I believe Thrall got your 2.
Yeah, the twos are flowing tonight like wine. All right. So, no problem. You're up there. Everything looks fine. Everything's clear. The squirrel continues to hop. He now hops down over to here.
Trying to drool on Ullrick's head.
And everybody go ahead and try to move to where you want to be with the squirrel there.
Which one's the squirrel? Is that the front one of the? I can't tell.
The druid.
It's the one I'm moving again right here. I'm pinging him.
Okay, thanks.
There you go.
We've lost you. Oh, there she is. So we lost you people.
All right, so everybody's with us here. But Ullrick,
Karlik going?
No, Karlik, what are you doing? Let us know what you're doing.
I want to kind of investigate the statue, and I'm also letting my detect thoughts kind of go up to that building to the north of me there to see if I pick anything up.
All right, let's see.
Seeing Karlik wander, I'm going to slide over here just in case he needs.
What is the intelligence? What is the intelligence minimum for this thing?
3.
Oh, it's a 3.
3. Yep.
3 or better.
3 or better.
All right. Interesting.
It can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock or 2 inches of metal will block it.
Okay. Okay. You are picking up as you get near the statue, you are picking up some surface thoughts from creature or creatures. It's a little hard to tell because they're very basic sort of thoughts, like very simple, coming from inside that building just to your north. And they're sort of random thoughts. Things like some flesh would be good right now. I wish I could breathe again. I signed up for guard duty and this is what I ended up with. Those are the kind of things you're hearing right now.
All right. I'm going to whisper that to the party members.
Okay. They're a little far from you, so it's kind of hard to whisper. Like they're like 10.
I will speak in a tone audible to my party members.
All right. So you like a bardic stage whisper.
Yes.
All right. Fair enough. So
party.
Karlik, exit stage left. Karlik gets the message out to you guys about something going on there.
See, if you weren't a squirrel, you could just tell me not to go in that house. Next, go ahead, Karlik.
So Karlik, what else are you doing while you're
So I'm looking around the statue here. Does it look like it was the cultist that ripped it down? I'm like looking for boot prints on the ground, that type of thing.
Oh, make a investigation check.
All right. I'm a master investigator.
Yes, you are.
Ooh, 16.
16's pretty good. Yeah, there's a bunch of what look like typical humanoid, reasonably sized, like a human, or maybe footprints, boot prints all around the statue. There's marks of the ropes being pulled, so you feel like they were human-sized creatures involved, and they were wearing boots. That's about all you can really figure out at this point.
All right.
Euphemia will go up and use her investigative powers to also help Karlik, but she'll do her own.
Okay.
I have what's called Eye for Detail, which I can make a perception roll to spot hidden. I'm sorry, no, that's a different thing. I can
Russ,
spot hidden clues.
Into a protective manner.
All right.
Euphemia, I wonder how many cultists.
The squirrel looks concerned again, by the way. All right, Euphemia, how we do?
11 to discover hidden clues.
Yeah, 11's not really great. That's good enough to get everything Karlik got, so you confirm his assessment. And you are also able to gather at least based on the shape of the boot prints, which was something you can pick up with your particular skills. There was at least 4 different individuals there. At least 4.
Everyone, there's somewhere between 4 and 20 cultists that pulled down this statue.
You guys want to take them out?
No, let's retreat. Come on, Karlik. Let's follow the squirrel.
Okay, I'm going to add to the lecture from 10 years from now, if any of them survive. This is the second thing that I bartered for after the horses, which is getting the druid's help to get through the town and then just ignoring it. I'm like, this ledger of grudges, I'm gonna keep my own now. I need a longer scroll.
Is that a ledger of grudges or book of incompetence?
It's probably both, a little A and B.
All right. All right. So the squirrel is still starting to sneak along this little way here between this, where I'm pinging out this tree and this building, and it's starting to head towards the edge of town here.
I like it that I can walk over Euphemia. Protectively walking over her.
Is that the edge of town?
Yeah. So the squirrel, then, as you get here, the squirrel, like, literally, it looks like there's just like this wall of brambles and bush and tree, and the squirrel like runs right into this like seemingly impenetrable wall of vegetation and runs right back out, kind of waves, and then runs right back in again and is gone. He went into the
Did it nod its head no?
I will walk through the same place where he went through. If there's a bunch of spiders behind it, I know he doesn't know what we're doing.
All right, when you get on the other side, you see the druid's back standing there in his human form as the rest of you go through. It's going to be a little tight for the spider, but you could do it, John. You might be sort of...
I can squeeze as long as it's 5 feet.
Yeah, you're squeezing. You can do it.
You can squeeze one size down.
Yeah. So you're squeezing through, but you make it. And then it opens back up to like...
How tiny... Lord of the Rings reference. Remember when it got all squished up into the little hole?
Oh, yeah. So Rod says, this is as far as I can take you. If you continue down this path, it should take you pretty much east and southeast and east. And when you continue on this path, you'll eventually get to the wreath. And from there, hopefully you can figure out the cause of the Dark Fey rift and close it for us. Help bring this land back to normal.
How far is this rift from here?
Not a very long journey, probably about half an hour walk, maybe an hour. Cops.
Oh, Radoff, do you know how much trouble these individuals can get into in a half an hour walk?
I think I have some idea. Yes.
Do you have any idea?
It wasn't even 15 minutes across town.
Yeah, no.
Powers die many times before their deaths. We will return.
Oh, I've got so many deaths in me.
Come, Pyrrhic. I'll help you cross the stream where it is shallowest. Let us not cross the streams. Come.
All right. So the druid says, I will take my leave. Good luck. And he walks again back through.
I draw, before he leaves, Russ, I draw a druidic sign in the whatever the ground is with one of my claws and basically thanking him.
Yeah.
He nods and he says, you're welcome. I hope you do well. And he walks back through that green wall and is gone.
All right. I'm going to turn to Euphemia and go, a man's luck will hold well if he's brave enough. Good job, little one. Glad you survived that.
She's not a man.
Sorry.
I would know. I would know if she was. I'm usually not confused by that stuff, nor does it usually matter to me.
I haven't checked. She's a beautiful woman.
Yo, you should be so happy when Thrall's in animal form because I can't abuse your character.
Thank you, Ullrick.
The best part about it is you should be quiet most of the time. Stay in animal form for the next 3 hours.
Okay.
Where do we go from here?
Russ, by the way, at this level, so you got to let me know when an hour's up.
We're going to continue on the path towards this rift, Russ.
Okay, so that's really what's interesting about this is he described it as this wreath, but like it feels like it's a really interesting sort of path because it's basically like solid bramble and shrubs on both sides. So there's really no other way to go than to start walking down this path. And so you start to travel down this. I presume you're in your normal marching order.
Is the whole path only 5 feet wide?
It's 10. So the whole path is it's actually varying between 10 and occasionally 15. So it's kind of fluctuating a little bit, but it's never more than 15.
Is the brambles above us too?
It's kind of like just an arch of like forest stuff. Yeah, it's almost like walking through.
I can't peer over the
tunnel
top.
of nature. Yeah, you really can't. Now it is occasionally, as you're going along, though, it is starting to get narrower and narrower, and it is starting to shrink down. After about 15 minutes, it's pretty consistent. It's starting to become, again, it's the 15-foot part is kind of going away, and it's kind of consistently becoming 5, 10, 5, 10, and you're finding yourself scrunching to the point where the spider's starting to slow you guys down because half the time he's got to kind of, which gives you half movement, right?
I feel that way all the time.
And again, it's been about anyone do anything special? You're in a normal marching order, which is you want to go 2 abreast, which is except you can't with a spider, but normally it'd be Thrall, Ullrick, Euphemia, Pyric, and Clyde.
Well, I can either lead or I can trail, whichever one you want.
What do you guys want?
Trail.
Yeah,
I'll trail. All right, I'll follow. So we probably should have
I'll be
I can't
first.
talk, so you guys figure it out.
Myself, Karlik, Euphemia, Pyric, and then Spidey.
I feel like
Sounds
every
good.
time I'm in wild shape too is more time for Pyric to figure out who really is nature, because Ulrich's just going to keep putting his foot in his mouth.
Well,
did you say you
better
were
in his
trailing or
mouth than
trailing?
in more webs or traps or places
Don't blow
that it
your own
shouldn't be.
trumpet, little spider.
So John, are you leading or trailing? I missed that.
Trailing.
I am trailing. So I don't know. I think it's Karlik and the dwarf, and then the other two,
It's
the
gonna be-
squishy ones in between, and then the spider last.
It's Ulrich, Karlik, Euphemia, Pyric, and Spidey.
All right.
All right. So you're traveling along through this crazy sort of wooded corridor situation. And you said Karlik, Ullrick, Pyric, and then Euphemia's in last, but the spider's actually last. Right?
No, Euphemia's before the spider. Unless Euphemia wants to ride, I pick her up and put on.
Nope. It's
all right.
Cowlick, Ullrick, Euphemia, Pyric, Thrall.
Oh, Pyric's in front of me.
All right. So it's getting about 30 minutes, John. You're getting near the end of your hour. Not quite there, but getting close.
And Pyric is allowed
30 minutes would be halfway there, but sure.
Well, but it's also been 15 minutes before then.
Oh, plus that? Okay. Yeah, I got 15 minutes. Well, I'll just pop back into form when it's up. So.
Okay. So as you're going along, it's getting pretty consistently down to 10 feet wide now, this really thick bramble on both sides. And it's just this, again, it's this passage of like these thorny vines and hawthorn trees. And it's just sort of whining, wrapping sort of, and it looks like at one time it was a little more beautiful and maybe like almost like the top U of a Christmas wreath you'd be walking through. But now these wreath shapes are sort of twisted and bent, and there's thorns and sharp pointy bits sticking in every direction. And as you get a little closer here, you suddenly see a couple of, actually, you guys in the front there. So Karlik and Ullrick, I need you guys to make perception checks.
10.
Everything's fine, according to Ullrick.
Ooh.
Is that a 1, Karlik?
Yep.
Oh dear, Karlik. Yeah, bad news. You just got yourself another bad card here.
Calic's got tears in his eyes because he's thinking about that paladin statue that was ripped down. Oh, heroes.
That's a song in the making.
All right. So, Karlik, we're going to go to a new screen here in a minute, and you're going to see your awesome card.
All right.
That's not
Can't
really
wait.
very great. So, that's a thing. So, I'm going to flip us over to a new screen here real quick so we can see the cool new map. All right. So, if you scroll down on the map, down, all the way down to sort of the bottom middle here, you will see you are traveling through this green, thorny corridor. And in the middle there, you should see the card, right? There you go. So, Karlik, you can grab that card, right-click on it, and take it.
Mm.
Did you get it?
See, I don't have line of sight, Russ.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Maybe Karlik's not turned on. Hang on a second. Dynamic lighting. Oh, yeah, there we go. Token vision. There you go. You should have it now. Did it work?
Let me draw. Oh, there, I see it.
There you go. All right.
A small item on your person goes missing?
Yeah. Why don't we do that now? What do you got that's interesting?
What does Calic have that's interesting?
Are you carrying the potion?
Is that small enough?
Oh, I've got that. I'm wearing that.
Give me a small list of what you're carrying. So this was, you were trying to perceive something, and when you didn't notice that one of the brambles you're walking by kind of brushed against yourself, and you didn't think anything of it, and it hooked something in your pack, and it twanged it right through the brush, and it's gone forever.
Let me see. I've got my disguise kit, my lyre, my pan flute, my drum, my bagpipes. Oh no!
All right, let's do this. All right, how many are on the list there, and are they in order?
Yep.
What about your cowbell?
You can't.
Wow.
It's in my soul.
It's in my soul. All right. So how many items are on your list there, Karluk?
5 items.
It'd be a small item. So I'm going to say the bagpipes.
That's all you have is 5 items. That's awesome.
It does say small.
My tools.
So what are the smaller? I get some tools could get lost.
Do you have a belt pouch?
Yeah. Okay. I see here. I see. I've got a trinket, a costume. Of course I do. A pouch.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, candles.
There we go. All right. Do you have a list there of like 5 or 6 items on it?
Yep, I do.
Okay. I'm going to roll a D6. All right. Here we go. We can see which item gets lost. So I rolled a 2. So what's the second thing on your list?
That would be my lyre.
What about the small stuff?
Go to the next. Small? Go to the next thing on your list that is small.
All right. My candles.
There you go. All right. So your candles get stuck. The wax get penetrated by one of these thorns, and you don't notice them get pulled out of your pouch. So you now no longer have candles, which could suck if it gets dark.
I had to save up a lot of dwarven earwax to make those.
All right. I'll take the card back because we used it. So make a note there.
More where that came from.
Make a note, Doc. You lost your candles.
Russ?
Yes.
There's still a point of order for inventory about what was on the horse if we don't get it back, because I've been keeping all the coin for. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that
But we'll get it back when we kill Venom.
Good news. Just put all of that stuff in the Dragon Horde.
Dragon Horde.
Just go put it under. Just put in parentheses Dragon Horde. And so this is like the classic video game, like when you get thrown in prison and you lost all your gear, and then you got to escape prison, and there's that one chest, and you open it up, all your gear's in it again. That's where it is, except it's in the Dragon Horde.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So make a note. I'm going to make a note here that everything that was on the horses is now presumed. I mean, we don't know for sure. So you have an extra incentive to deal with this dragon now because all your stuff's there.
Also, just point of order for Joe's next well search, which will not happen. I needed to check that alchemy shop for components to scribe these scrolls into my spell book, and you never gave me a chance because you just rushed past. So that next you better like diving into acid because it's happening.
All right.
Well, we're going to come back to town to kill the dragon.
Oh, I'm just saying.
Just like the well, the town's gonna be get a second chance.
It's funny, Seppi. I actually thought of that, and then I couldn't say anything.
Oh no, it was definitely on my list, but people like do stuff.
Well, we've got plenty of time, and we're not gonna be scribing anything today anyway.
No,
that's a good point.
Oh, okay. So the first thing that happens is, everything looks fine. The brambles are getting really narrow. And Joe, you just feel like it's weird because your brother's still in spider form.
That's not weird.
But you would swear he just hit you with a string of insults that were so vile and so effective and so soul-crushingly accurate that you would like swear he was like whispering him into your ear right now. And they're so effective, you actually take D4 psychic damage. You actually take a point of psychic damage as you realize your brother just unleashing this masterful insult at you.
So it's like breakfast.
Yes, it was like this about an hour ago this morning. Yeah. And then also, Karluk, you also feel similarly that some of those voices you heard earlier, they're still with you. and they are just viciously insulting you as well. And they're just like in your head and just grilling you. And you also take some psychic damage, but you also take only 1 point of psychic damage. So it's not as vicious as it sounds, but it's still very vicious. Vicious mocking words are being thrown at you viciously. If I didn't make that part.
Vicious mockery, like?
Similar, potentially to those words could be used to describe it. Yes.
It's the Minotaur equivalent of they're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you.
And that would be, for those listening along at home, that would be surprise attack round. And then as you sort of your head starts to clear ahead of you, you see these two creatures that are sort of flitting about. They're flitting about and they're flitting about in different directions and they're just moving very rapidly. And it seems like you think they're maybe like they're cute little pixies or maybe they're fairies, but they're sort of got this glow to their eyes. And it's just sort of like, I'm going to share what they look like to you right now. So there you go.
That is that is an evil looking pixie.
They're just like, they have these little bat wings and they're wrinkly, they're purple skinned, small black horns. And they're chanting this little song about violently harvesting your organs. And it says, they say, welcome to the reef, the twisted reef. Come join the fun. And now we're going to roll initiative.
I think Cowlick takes another point of psychic damage because it did not rhyme in a couplet.
Potentially. All right. I'm going to delete. Go ahead and roll initiative now. If you did already, I apologize. I may have deleted you.
I take psychic damage every time our.
Oh, remember to click on your token before you roll initiative.
What'd you say, Doc?
I take psychic damage every time our opponents aren't bugbears.
That's fair.
This combat is no worse than dealing with my brother and agreeing with him.
All right. Come on, initiative. Luckily, you guys can hear initiative.
Crappy now. Initiative continues.
I'm going to take Max Inish. Play my card.
Are you playing a card? Nice.
So I'll throw a knowledge modifier.
I'll add your Carluck here.
Nice. Good thinking.
There you go. You're taking Max, so you get to go first. So I'm going to give you a 21. That way you're.
How do I use this?
All right. Everybody got their initiative there? I'm going to sort this thing. All right. Carluck, you are tied with one of the purpley corrupt pixie things there, but I'm going to give you 21.1 because you chose using your card. You get maximum.
Ooh,
so nice. And Carluck, you get to go first. See, these little purpley pixie things are flying around in front of you. What are you going to do?
Ooh, ladies, your wit has quite a bite. But guess what? You're going to feel a Minotaur's might.
Ooh, nice. Good writing. Take a point of inspiration, Carluck, for excellent rhyming in the midst of battle.
I'm burning it.
I'm burning it. All right.
Long sword attack here. Oh,
all right. 18 and 10, buddy. Of course, you take the 18. So nicely done. Are you tackling the one right in front of you?
I'll do, right in front.
All right. Nice. Yeah.
Wrong roll. I'm going to double hand my long sword. Ooh, plus 5, 14 damage.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So, the 14 damage. Ooh, yeah. So that one just like you just cut it in half with your longsword. Just.
That's the last time you make fun of me.
Yeah. Ooh, that was the one that rolled well for initiative too. You chose wisely on that. So, Ullrick, it's your turn.
1, 2, 3, 4. So there. To get advantage on it, I'm going to swing with my hammer. Aye, you fall 7 times, you fall down. You stand up 8 if you're a dwarf. I say as I swing away. First attack. Second attack. So I'll take the 23 to hit.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that you always have a piece of Dwarven wisdom ready. I love
Proverbs is my thing, my friend. I have a proverb for every occasion. I have 6 bludgeoning damage to it, Russ.
Oh, you smash its little pixie head, and it just goes.
Apparently, it's okay to test webs both feet at a time.
All right. So, yeah, everything's fine. But let's keep an initiative order. So Ullrick's done. Euphemia, what are you going to do?
Euphemia says, "Thank you, Karlik and Ullrick, for clearing the path. I sensed their insults were next for me and Pyric, so I will advance to here. Come on, Pyric. Come up this way. They cleared it."
All right. Euphemia, you get up to there and make a perception check, Euphemia.
Oops, somehow I closed my sheet out. All right.
I perceive something bad.
What'd I get?
9.
Perception bonus, anything?
Nope.
Oh.
I have to raise
9.
that stat next.
Yeah, so you don't notice in time, but it looks like there was a creature here holding its action, and it briefly appears visible for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and put a symbol on this thing. Let's see if I can find a good one here. I want to put a little ninja symbol on it here. There we go. Ninja symbol. It pops into existence for a moment, and it strikes out at you with this little hand. It's like whoosh. It's another one of these little purple pixie things. And when it does, it goes ahead and it rolls to hit here. We'll see what it does for its roll. And it gets a plus. So it's going to get a 15. What's your armor class?
Hits. I'm a 14.
Nice. So it touches you, and momentarily, like, the world seems upside down and backwards. Make a wisdom save. What's your wisdom modifier?
12. 0.
0. So 12. So the world seems upside down and backwards, but then it's like you feel this need to, like, you're the enemy, you're the problem. But then just as it seems like it's getting really bad, and you're kind of feeling like you just stick a dagger in your own shoulder, you realize that's crazy, that's wrong, and you manage to recover. And the creature fades back into invisible, but you kind of know where it is. So you have a sense of where it is, but it's still invisible. So it'll be very hard to hit, but you kind of know where, because you can hear its little wings beating.
Okay.
So I'm going to put it on the initiative step here now, so you guys all know where that one is. All right. So and I'm going to put it on 18, so it's going to be ahead of Euphemia next. But Euphemia just went. So now it is Pyric's turn.
I'm a little hyper-vigilant because of Euphemia's flirtation with death. First,
you saw this little, like, purpley blur around Euphemia, then it faded away again. This little thing.
Plus Euphemia went, eek!
Yeah, exactly.
Will using my Northern Lights interpretation of magic missile, do I need a more solid target to launch it at it, or do I?
Magic missile is really a very, very good spell for against invisible creatures that you kind of know where they are, because basically it's striking with disadvantage. But since magic missile's auto hit, you're pretty confident you can nail the one that's messing with you.
Then that is definitely what I do. Okay. Creature from beyond the fold, enjoy the lights of the Nord, and I point my staff and send it in that direction.
Nice. All right, roll damage.
No, that's all right. I can do it this time. I can do it. 10 points.
Whoa. Yeah, the invisible creature suddenly is struck by all these little glowing orbs, and it just, like, comes back into full existence and full visibility as it just, like, gets smattered. Its little neck breaks and it falls to the ground dead. No problem there.
Euphemia, I really don't like how much in danger you are. It makes me confront my inner cowardice, which I never want to do.
All right. Thrall, or should I say giant spider, it's your turn.
I am going to crawl along the ceiling of thorns. So I'm, like, upside down.
Nice. I like it.
And I'm going to move to here. And, can I see those little bastards?
You can. Right, yeah. There's little guys up there. They're kind of fading in and out, so they're going to be hard to hit with a range attack. But they're, I'm going to give them little ninja markers. 4, 5,
And I am going to spit web at the one that's in the lead there.
All right. I rolled a hit with disadvantage because they're fading in and out of sight.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I believe that's a nat 20, but it's disadvantage. So let's see.
I got an 11 to hit with my second one.
And their armor class is, they're pretty nimble. So that's going to be a miss. So the web shoots by it, and the thing just is like so derisively laughing at you. You're a little bit insulted. All right. It's time for a new round. It's going to be Karluk's turn. But one of the things that happens here at the start of the new round is we're going to take both of these guys and see if we can put them on initiative. It doesn't work. I wish it did. All right. So we're going to add this one to the initiative tracker. We're going to add this one to the initiative tracker. Then also a Pyric behind you, another one sort of appears, must have been invisible or something, and it also goes ahead and tries to touch you. So it reaches out to caress you with its little purple hand. It's there. All will be clear soon. Just give in. Just give in. And it rolls to hit to try to touch you with its little purple.
Do I have to use the weird staff's ability before?
You can use it. No. You can use it once he rolls.
Yep.
He'll tell you if it hits you. He doesn't tell you what the roll is.
Yes. So what's your armor class right now?
I saw a 20.
Yeah. No, it didn't roll a 20.
Oh.
It did not roll a 20.
Okay.
So did it roll a 20? It looked like a 15 to me.
Oh.
Yeah, you rolled a 15 according to the chat window.
I rolled a 15. So I rolled a 15. But in any case, what's your armor class?
That's a great question. My armor class is a 13.
All right.
So if you use it, it'll become an 18.
Yeah, I will definitely use one of the charges. How many charges does that use?
One.
From the staff?
One for the defense.
Yeah, I'll definitely use one.
Good. So its hand's coming right towards you, and it's going to touch you. And all of a sudden, you quickly remember how your staff works, and there's this little flare, and its hand glances off the magical barrier, and the fairy, the thing gives you like the nastiest little look. The little pixie's like.
For the record, I never forget how my staff works.
Excellent.
And Seppi, you have that armor class 18 now to the beginning of your turn again.
Oh, that's awesome.
So if 5 more jump out, you'll still have an 18 armor class.
Okay. And then, so there should be 3 parries on there. So I got to just add this guy here real quick. And then it'll be back to you guys here. So that fairy, he's a 22. These little fairies, I mean, they're not messing around with their initiative check. All right. Okay. So that was the start of a new round. A couple of those guys popped in. And it might be a good time to pause because it's 8:28. On the plus side, I'll give you this little bit of information. It feels like the Pixie Force got you surrounded, but you're also getting a pretty good feeling like you know what you're up against. All right. So, excellent battle today, gentlemen. Who took the most damage this time? So we know who's going to...
that'd be Rafe.
Oh, yeah, Euphemia. Yeah, I got to think if you go down, that's got to be the.
All right, Rafe, I have some words for you to write down.
Yep.
Okay. Mist. Squirrel leads. Joe does not understand squirrel sign language. Okay. Dwarf major becomes dwarf minor by summoning spiders and getting you knocked unconscious.
That was a spider. I didn't actually hit him.
Great triumphant actions of Spider Ninjahood, grabbing loot and transversing stuff, then getting you a healing potion to make up for the accident of its brother. Some travel to a statue that got knocked out by 4 cultists, and general things that I'm trying to not remember about the alchemy shop. And then the question of whether or not the human female's quote unquote heirloom story holds water.
I have to question those when we get back to town, Seppi.
Excellent
I think
summary,
they're the
Seppi.
most trustworthy of all of the people in that town. Except
You
for,
are like, it's like you've never had an adventure before. Like, the captive is the first suspect.
All right. Excellent.
You do realize that both those dwarves were captured and the previous group.
Exactly my point.
Achievement unlocked. You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by emailing us at info@the d6generation.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. Thanks for listening and happy gaming.